Okay, I'm going to open the executive session on for finance and recess it until 10:30. Thank you.
Maureen, can you still make the motion on 1235 after the amendment?
Yeah, yeah, we, okay, sorry for the delay. We just had a few things to iron out. So, our first bill is HB 1235 relative to compensation paid to a crime victim. Representative Weiler.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to offer an amendment. Mike Hoffman will pass it out,
Do you know the
along with Mickey Landrigan.
Do you know the number?
Don't know the number yet.
Okay. In case anyone's interested, I don't think we have any bills that don't have amendments, so we'll be we'll be enjoying. Actually, we do. We have one.
I would like to move Amendment 1170, and I'll speak to my amendment.
Do I have a second? Thank you. Representative Emmerich. Okay.
Okay, the 1235 contained portions that changed FRM. The FRM was dealt with in HB2. It's been dealt with for several years. There's a section of law, 359P, that puts out all the details of the FRM settlement fund. We changed it a little bit in HB2. We put the money in HB2. We also repealed the repeal. So there's no further action that I think needs to be done on FRM, and the way that bill was amended and the second amendment was confusing. So this is going to take all that out and just leave in the bill as it was intended to raise the 40,000 to 50,000 for the victims of violence. And that's the way the bill should be clean, just dealing with that issue. So I move the amendment.
Yeah, we had a first and a second already. Representative Waltz.
As one of the original sponsors of the bill, I would take issue with the fact of the way the bill was originally intended. I would argue that the section that's being removed here takes the residual part of whatever money is left on FRM and moves it to the Victims Assistance Fund if there is money left. That actually was part of the original intention of the bill, because the original sponsor on this was none other than the late Representative Cushing. And Representative Cushing often said to me that we should never have done a separate fund for the FRM victims because there already existed in law the Victims Compensation Fund, and they were eligible to apply to the Victims Compensation Fund but chose not to. And so they had an approach of recovery available to them. So his thought was is that since we put this money in the fund for the FRM, and it really is a different form of a victims compensation fund, that any money left over should go to the already existing victims compensation fund that does compensate other victims of crime throughout the state. So I would suggest that the amendment then guts the basic intention, one of the two basic intentions of the bill, and that is that it eliminates the ability to take any residual money and allow it to be used for other crime victims.
May I reply?
Thank you. Representative Weiler.
I don't think there will be any residuals, so we shouldn't make that anticipation. I think there's likely to be undersubscribed at 10 million.
May I respond?
And I think if we find out in a year or so that there is a residual, that's the time to do something. Thank you.
May I respond?
Did you raise your hand? Thank you.
did.
Representative Waltz?
You just didn't see it. But I would suggest, what is the harm in doing it now? Why is there a problem with acknowledging now that if there's money left, it can go to compensate other victims of crime? You would put this off later. You know, obviously Representative Cushing's not going to be here later. Others of us may not be here. This seems like as good a time as any to do this, and therefore I oppose this amendment. I think the bill as it came to us, you know, we are not a policy committee. This is effectively changing the policy because there was a policy here to put the money in for other crime victims. It's not just a financial issue, it's a policy issue. And here we are, once again, trying to make policy here. And I would argue it should be as it arrived to us as a policy bill, because this will have no effect on the current expenditures of the state. So I think this is just an attempt to change policy. And I oppose this amendment.
Thank you. Representative Weiler?
I am attempting to preserve what we did in HB2. That was the committee action in this committee, and I'm attempting to preserve it rather than have it meddled with. Thank you.
Are there any other comments? Seeing none, will the clerk call the roll?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Weiler,
Yes.
Representative Thaburge,
Yes.
Representative Petrie votes yes. Representative Emmerich,
Yes.
Representative Earth,
Yes.
Representative Griffin, Representative Edwards,
Yes.
Representative Murner for Bean, Representative Lynn, Representative Mooney, Representative Turcott, Representative Wallner, Representative
No.
Norgren, Representative Bucco, Representative Leishman, Representative Hatch,
No.
Representative Rogers, Representative Walsh,
Is it working now? Okay.
Representative Heath.
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Yes. Representative Heath was a yes.
Okay. Representative Murray. Representative Baumberger.
Yes.
Madam Chair, the vote is 13-8 for HB 1235 FN, Amendment 1170 H.
Thank you. Could I now have a motion of ought to pass as amended?
Yes, Madam Chair, I move ought to pass as amended on House Bill 1235, and I'd like to speak to my motion.
Second.
Seconded by Representative Griffin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Division 1 voted in favor of this bill with just one dissenting vote. The bill, as amended, coming from the Judiciary Committee, increases the cap of the Victims Assistance Program, which is administered by the Department of Justice. It increases it by $10,000 from $40,000 to $50,000 per claimant per incident for reasonable expenses set forth in RSA Chapter 21 hyphen M:8 hyphen h Roman 5. Such expenses that are typically used for this victims program include medical, funeral, counseling, rehabilitative expenses, as well as lost wages and costs of participating in court proceedings. The ending balance in the fund for fiscal year 2021, having looked at the annual report for the program, which was issued last fall, is close to $1 million. So I believe it's the intent of the division and hopefully this committee that the increase can be absorbed by these available funds, and make mention of the fact that the fund is funded by federal funds, restitution, penalty, grants, and so on. No state funding there. So I would encourage my colleagues on the committee to vote in favor of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 1235.
Are there any further comments? Representative Leishman.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Just a clarification, with the amendment we just passed, wouldn't that not change that any funding going to the victims fund? Because there wouldn't be any, right?
Representative Mooney.
Thank you. As we just amended it with the Weiler amendment, it would now just increase the cap. I was simply giving some background on the assistance program as a refresher for those who may need it, like myself.
Was there a fiscal note
On the amended?
on 1235?
Yes,
What's the fiscal note?
indeterminable.
I think the key here is that the victim is called Victim Witness Fund is comes out of the federal government. That amount of money comes out of the federal government, and they provide it to Justice, and Justice disperses it throughout the state to the counties.
Thanks, Madam Chair.
Representative Edwards.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's my understanding, I'm looking for some clarification here. The first line of the amendment we passed says, amend the bill by replacing all after Section 1 with the following. Is that meant to be interpreted that Section 1 of 1235 remains standing, or did it also get wiped out in the replace all after Section 1? How do we interpret that sentence?
No, Section 1 remains. Section 2 is eliminated.
Oh, thank you for the clarification.
Okay. Seeing no other people wanting to comment, will the clerk please call the roll?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Weiler,
Yes.
Representative Thavarish,
Yes.
Representative Petrie votes yes. Representative Tracy, Emmerich.
Yes.
Hey, we get it. We get all of them. Representative Earth,
Yes.
Representative Griffin,
Yes.
Representative Edwards,
Yes.
Representative Murner,
Yes.
Representative Lynn,
Yes.
Representative Mooney,
Yes,
Representative Turcott,
Yes.
Representative Wallner, Representative Norgren,
Yes.
Representative Bucco,
Yes.
Representative Leishman,
Yes.
Representative Hatch,
Yes.
Representative Rogers, Representative Walls,
Yes.
Representative Heath,
Yes.
Representative Murray,
Yes.
Representative Umberger.
Yes.
Madam Chair, the vote is 21-0 on HB 1235, ought to pass as amended.
We can't go in consent because it contains dollars. I'd love to.
May I ask a question on that? As it comes out of the committee, there's no change from what the House has already passed on a
Doesn't-
policy perspective. Why couldn't it go on
doesn't matter.
consent?
I mean, I think we need to just leave it on the regular calendar. Okay, turning now to HB 1417. Relative to payment, relative to payment by the state of a portion of retirement system contributions of a political subdivision. May I have a motion? Thank you, Representative Griffin. Do I have a second?
I move ITL.
Just a moment. Representative Turcott seconds the motion. Now you may speak.
Madam Chair, I don't think I made the motion.
Yes, you did.
Okay,
No, it was Turcott.
No, Turcott seconded it,
okay.
and Representative Griffin made the motion of ITL.
This bill would have the state pay 7.5% of the retirement system contributions of its political subdivisions for Group 1 and Group 2 employees. The bill came out of its policy committee, executive departments and administrations, with an ITL recommendation. And the full House initially voted ITL on the bill. It was later reconsidered at the end of the day after many members had left, and it passed by the slimmest of margins. The Finance Committee opposes the bill on multiple grounds. The bill would change the state's policy, and the Policy Committee had rejected that change. The cost of the bill is a function of the number of employees of the state's political subdivisions, and the state has no control over that number. The bill's current estimated cost is roughly $28 million in both fiscal year 2024 and fiscal year 2025. That is budget money that the state may not have at that time. But most importantly, with an effective date of July 31, 2023, passage of the bill would encumber a future legislator's budget, which is never good policy. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Are there any further comments? Representative Leishman.
Thanks, Madam Chair. And certainly, I think perhaps the members that did vote on this later saw the error of their ways, and that's why the bill passed on the floor. But the state, as I think all of us know, started in 1967 by providing 40% of the contribution rate to municipalities to help offset that contribution. Then in 77, we reduced it down to 35%. 2009, we reduced it down to 30% with the hope at that time, because I was here, that we would at least bring it back when the state's coffers were a little healthier than they were in 2009. However, in 2011, the legislature reduced it entirely. I think the 7.5% is reasonable. The state, as we all know, is at least the coffers are full this time around. And at the very least, I think we can make a small contribution to help offset municipal contributions to the retirement system. Thanks.
Thank you. Are there further comments? Representative Weiler.
When we reduced it to zero, we increased the contributions by the members so that it took away most of the cost of what we would have paid from the state. The important thing is here, when we sit down to make a budget, we interview all these departments and we put them under strict control to spend no more than what we give them. That's impossible if we're going to contribute to the retirement systems of municipal and county employees. We have no control over that piece. They could keep hiring people and hiring people. They could keep giving increases in pay, and each of those actions would make this more expensive to the state. So going forward, looking at 27 months when we finish our budget, there's no prediction what this could amount to. It's a dangerous way to do any kind of funding. So that's why we need to be able to have something controllable. When we decide we're going to give the towns 100 million, that's a set amount. When we decide we're going to give the towns an increased portion of meals and rooms, that's a set amount. It won't go out unless we get it in. So there's no way that would unbalance the budget. But this, if we get into the habit of paying for retirement systems for non-state employees, then we could easily unbalance the budget. So I think we shouldn't do that. We shouldn't do any action that's going to lead down that road. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Waltz.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I would suggest that the argument that the towns are going to just hire and hire and then have an imposition on the state is nothing but a straw man. The towns have no motivation to hire because they have to pay the salaries of those, and those town budgets are tight. One only has to be a regular attendee of town meeting to know how hard it is to get a new employee into a town budget. So I think that argument is nothing but a straw man. The real argument here is property taxes. When the state dropped this in 2009, there was a huge spike in property taxes for the towns. And to suggest that it was made up for by the additional employee contributions is just wrong. There was a huge increase in local property taxes. We have citizens throughout the state who are suffering, who are having to sell their homes, who are dealing with all kinds of things because we have crammed so much down on the towns that was once paid for by the state. We owe it to our local communities to start returning some of the contribution that we should be paying for the retirement systems that we once paid and that we suddenly pulled the rug out from under them. I think that we should be passing this and that we should be sending money to the towns and give us some property tax relief to our citizens throughout the state.
Thank you. Representative Heath?
I just want to say I concur completely with Representative Walsh's testimony. Thank you.
Representative Edwards?
Yes, ma'am. I'm just curious about the rules of decorum. The previous member attacked the argument, calling it a straw man, which I don't know, gets pretty close to impugning motives. I'm just, what is your determination on that, ma'am?
It was fine. Thank you. Okay, are there any further comments? Seeing none, will the clerk call the roll? This is ITL.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The motion is ITL on HB 1417. Representative Weiler.
Yes.
Representative Burrish.
No.
Representative Petrie votes yes. Representative Emmerich.
Yes.
Representative Erf.
Yes.
Representative Griffin.
Yes.
Representative Edwards.
Yes.
Representative Murner.
Yes.
Representative Lynn. Representative Mooney. Representative Turcott. Representative Wallner. Representative Norgren.
No.
Representative Bucco.
No.
Representative Leishman.
No.
Representative Hatch. No. Representative Rogers.
No.
Representative Walsh.
No.
Representative Heath.
No.
Representative Murray. And Representative Umberger.
Yes.
Madam Chair, the vote is 11 to 10 in favor.
Okay, the vote being 11 to 10, we will recommend ITL. Folks, please make sure that your microphone is close to you because, as you know, we are live streaming this, and the folks out there that might be listening to it need to make sure that they can hear what we have to say. Are we short a mic over there? You okay? All right. Thank you very much. Moving on to HB 1496, requiring political subdivisions to make voter checklists available in spreadsheet form to any residents. Do I have a motion for OTP?
Yes, Madam Chair, I make a motion of OTP, ought to pass, on House Bill 1496.
Do I have a second by Representative Griffin? Are there any comments?
If I could, Madam Chair.
Please.
Just a brief background, this bill came from election law. It also went through a division vote on the floor of the House. It came out of Division 1 here in Finance, 7-0. Essentially, what the bill will do is allow the voter checklist to be available in a spreadsheet form at the request of a resident of a town or city once a month maximum. The fee structure that's currently in statute for voter checklists remains in place. So there is no financial burden with regards to the passage of this bill today. Now, I'll have you know, election law amended the bill. And with that came an amended fiscal note that was, I just received myself yesterday. So I want to be sure that you're aware that the original bill as drafted reflects a decrease of $100,000 to the budget. That is incorrect because the bill has been amended from election law. And you'll notice if we have the new fiscal note, it says that there is no impact on the state funds. So I want to make that very clear. The reason likely for that is because originally when the bill was drafted, it was undetermined whether or not the checklist in a spreadsheet form would be for a fee. And as it turns out in the amended version, and I've confirmed this with several sources, yes, the spreadsheet does have the same fee structure that's in the law now. So with that, I would ask you all to support my motion of ought to pass. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Are there further comments, questions? Representative Edwards?
If this came from the policy committee, OTP, and because of the amendment, there is no fiscal impact, shouldn't we just simply vote OTP and put this on consent since there's no fiscal impact?
Well, we'll get to that. We have to vote first.
Right, I just wanted to know where we were going.
Don't get on the train at the front. Okay, are there any further comments? Okay, will the clerk please call the roll?
Thank you, Madam Chair. You're voting on House Bill 1496 FN, ought to pass. Representative Weiler.
Yes.
Representative Thurbush.
Yes.
Representative Petrie votes yes. Representative Emmerich.
Yes.
Representative Urf.
Yes.
Representative Griffin.
Yes.
Representative Edwards.
Yes.
Representative Murner.
Yes.
Representative Lynn.
Yes.
Representative Mooney.
Yes.
Representative Turcott.
Yes.
Representative Wallner.
Yes.
Representative Ogren.
Yes.
Representative Bucco.
Yes.
Representative Leishman.
Yes.
Representative Hatch.
Yes.
Representative Rogers.
Yes.
Representative Walsh.
Yes.
Representative Heath. And Representative Murray.
Yes.
Representative Umberger.
Yes.
Madam Chair, the vote is 21-0 on House Bill 1496 FN.
1496 FN passes on a vote of 21-0. Does anyone have any objection to this going on the consent calendar? Seeing none, we'll put it on the consent calendar. We now turn to HB 1535, relative to cost of living adjustments for retirees in the state retirement system. Representative Hatch.
Yes, thank you,
yeah,
Madam Chair.
Just a moment.
I'm sorry.
Representative Hatch is proposing Amendment 1152, which was approved by the division. So, could I have a motion for OTPA? No, I got to do the amendment first.
Yes.
Excuse me. Okay. Representative Hatch,
Thank you, Madam Chair.
to speak to your amendment 2022-1151.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry for jumping the gun.
That's quite all right.
And for House Bill 1535, Representative Leachman and I are proposing amendment number 1151.
Excuse me just a second.
I'm sorry.
Representative Hatch is moving,
Oh, yes.
okay, the amendment.
I move amendment getting there. 2022, I get on way back in the bus, way back. I move amendment number 2022-1151H.
Okay, and Representative Leachman seconds. Okay, now, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I apologize, and I'll speak to the amendment. What this does, essentially, I'll just speak to what it does, is it gives a pittance of $500 to each member of the retirement system that currently receives a benefit under $30,000 per year. Now, it's added to the underlying bill, which was to give the retirees with more than 5 years service a 1.5% COLA and have that going forward. Recognizing that, one, we're not in a budget year. Two, the cost of that would be $72.2 million. The likelihood of that going forward was non-existent. And we understand that and recognize that. Not exceeding, but we also understand there's a dire need for some sort of recognition and contribution to the retirees that haven't received any form of COLA since 2019, and that was merely another $500 one-time payment to all retirees, again earning under $30,000. And put this amendment forward primarily recognizing that there is a need. We're currently in a high inflation economy, and I believe many of the people that are depending on their retirement to sustain their way of living are having an incredibly hard time. Also, we heard a lot of, and that's the obvious for a COLA, and that's the obvious for helping out the retirees on the retirement system. But one thing that also has occurred since there was a decrease in the retirement and departments, and we heard a lot of testimony to this fact, are having a tremendous amount of trouble recruiting and maintaining personnel that they currently have. And the driver of that issue, I believe, is the retirement system. One of the motivation factors for people to choose a career with the state is they understand that their remuneration during their service is not as much as it could be otherwise, but they also were attracted by the fact that there's a good retirement system available to them, and it would be available to them and when they're still at a reasonably young age. And that was one of the primary factors in recruitment and retainment of personnel. Since, like I stated, there was a change in the retirement system, people have flooded the doors leaving the state service. We heard testimony currently, for an example, in our prison system. The guards there serve a very important function. They're now dealing with a 60% shortfall of personnel, which alone makes that a undesirable and even a dangerous circumstance. So even though I would like to do more, this amendment does give some recognition to their need, but it's also, we understand that this is an issue that needs to be addressed, and hopefully sooner than later we can put the appropriate funding behind the retirement system. Thank you, Madam Chair. And I urge all to pass.
Thank you. Are there further comments? Representative Weiler?
I agree that if someone was living on only this pension, that yes, every little bit helps. But in the past, when we gave a cost of living increase or a stipend, and just a single one-time stipend, we looked at the whole income. There could be somebody making under 30,000 in the state retirement, but they could also have a military pension and the Social Security added to that. So I think in the past, we've used total income rather than just the income that was coming from the retirement system. I wonder why we didn't do it this time, because it's going to cost more.
Thank you. Are there further comments? Representative Walz?
Thank you. Representative Weiler, it is my understanding that Group 2 employees are not eligible for Social Security, and in fact that they pay a windfall tax on their state retirement benefits already because of the nature of the benefits and the nature of federal tax law. So I would suggest that for many of these people, this is their only source of income because they are not eligible for Social Security.
Thank you.
That's irrelevant.
Representative Edwards?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And this is to Representative Hatch, if I may. I appreciate the fact that we have a problem we'd like to fix, which is the decline in or the amount of attrition that's taking place prior to retirement. I just don't see the connection between a one-time $500 payment and a long-term incentive to maintain employment. And it also makes me wonder, if we pay a one-time $500 payment, aren't we really signaling that they can expect more one-time payments in the future? I mean, a one and done doesn't seem like that would hold up. What are your thoughts on that, sir?
Well, thank you for the question.
Just a moment, please.
sorry.
Representative Hatch, you may respond.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We'll get there yet.
I know. I know.
I understand your comment, but the $500 one-time payment is in recognition of the need, and also we're in hyperinflation. And my thoughts to that, exactly my personal thoughts is, maybe it would just help some of those that are really, really struggling on their retirement from the state. It might allow them to buy a tank full of fuel or whatever. It is just an immediate assistance to the need that I'm sure many of them have. And so the intent of this is not for retainment. When I was talking about that, I was just speaking to the retirement system as a whole. And we have taken away the attractiveness of the state retirement system to many, many people who at one time considered having a career with the state, but no longer do. And it's really a serious problem. And the one that was spoken to the most and passionately was the issue at our prison system. We're creating some dangerous circumstances with the lack of personnel. So we have to do something to address that. And I do know this, been here long enough, that there was a strong recruitment program. There was a very good retainment stat, mainly because of the retirement system that was in place for those that are serving us. Thank you.
Are there any? Yes, Representative Murner.
Yes, I'm the prime sponsor of this bill for a lot of the reasons that Representative Hatch brought this up. For clarification, we did the one-time payment a couple of years ago, which was unanimous in the House, but we did that with a $50,000 mark. So when I submitted the bill, I put it at $30,000 to try to address the average person under the $30,000 are averaging around a $19,000 pension. And I was trying to get something like a COLA. I know that's budget, but this isn't much as a budget buster because the last one did have some impact. The last payment, I know it had some impact, and that's why I went with the $30,000 level, so we didn't get the Group 2 in and all that. So, just for clarification, thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there further comments? Seeing none, will the clerk call the roll on the amendment?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is House Bill 1535 FN. The amendment is 1151H. Representative Weiler.
Yes.
Representative Thaberge.
Yes.
Representative Petrie votes yes. Representative Emmerich.
Yes.
Representative Uriff.
Yes.
Representative Griffin.
Yes.
Representative Edwards.
Yes.
Representative Murner.
Yes.
Representative Lynn.
Yes.
Representative Mooney.
Yes.
Representative Turcott.
Yes.
Representative Wallner.
Yes.
Representative Ogren,
Yes.
Representative Bucco,
Yes.
Representative Leishman,
Yes.
Representative Hatch,
Yes.
Representative Rogers,
Yes.
Representative Walsh,
Yes.
Representative Heath,
Yes.
Representative Murray,
Yes.
Representative Umberger.
Yes. Yes.
Madam Chair, the House Bill 1535 FN, Amendment 1151H, the vote is 21-0. Any affirmative?
Thank you. The vote being 21-0 on Amendment 1151, it passes. Representative, yeah, could I have OTPA? Thank you. Do I have a second? Representative Leishman? Are there any further comments or discussion on OTPA motion? Seeing none? Are you ready?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Will the clerk call the roll?
This is on HB 1535 FN, ought to pass as amended. Representative Weiler,
Yes.
Representative Burge,
Yes.
Representative Petrie votes yes. Representative Emmerich,
No.
Representative Earth,
Yes.
Representative Griffin,
Yes.
Representative Edwards,
Yes.
Representative Berner,
Yes.
Representative Lynn,
Yes.
Representative Mooney,
No.
Representative Turcott,
No.
Representative Wallner,
Yes.
Representative Norgren,
Yes.
Representative Bucco,
Yes.
Representative Leishman,
Yes.
Representative Hatch,
Yes.
Representative Rogers,
Yes.
Representative Walsh,
Yes.
Representative Heath,
Yes.
Representative Murray,
Yes.
Representative Umberger.
Yes.
Representative vote, Madam Chair, the vote is 18-0 on HB.
18-3.
Oh, I'm sorry. What did I say?
You said 0.
Well, I didn't mean that. It's 18-3.
We're here to help.
OTP FA on 1535.
Okay. 1535 OTPA passes 18-3. Okay, we now move to HB 1540, and we have an amendment.
Wait a minute. Did you want that on?
No, we can't put it on
Oh, I'm
consent.
sorry.
Yeah, I'd love to put it on consent. Okay. I'd love to put all these on consent, but okay, this is Amendment 1095 to HB 1540. Could I have a motion to accept Amendment 2022-1095?
So moved.
Representative Griffin, do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Representative Emmerich.
Who's the primary?
Griffin.
Thank you.
Representative Griffin, I understand you're going to speak to the amendment.
The amendment makes 4 minor changes to the original bill. And basically, it clarifies the laws that are referenced. Originally, RSA 594A6 was referenced below on line 19, and now the amendment brings it up to line 12. And there was some clarification of language that just made the bill more clear, and it's pretty simple.
Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Representative Nordgren?
And are these, is this amendment amenable to the sponsors of the bill?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear.
Is the amendment okay with the sponsors of the bill?
I believe it is. I haven't checked personally.
Are there any further comments? Seeing none, will the clerk call the roll on amendment 2022-1095?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Weiler,
Yes.
Representative Burridge,
Yes.
Representative Petrie votes yes. Representative Emmerich,
Yes.
Representative Uriff,
Yes.
Representative Griffin,
Yes.
Representative Edwards,
Yes.
Representative Murner,
Yes.
Representative Lynn,
Yes.
Representative Mooney,
Yes.
Representative Turcott,
Yes.
Representative Wallner,
Yes.
Representative Norgren,
Yes.
Representative Bucco,
Yes.
Representative Leishman,
Yes.
Representative Hatch,
Yes.
Representative Rogers,
Yes.
Representative Walsh,
Yes.
Representative Heath,
Yes.
Representative Murray,
Yes.
Representative Umberger.
Yes,
Madam Chair, HB 1540 has a vote
as amended.
as amended by 1095H,
Okay,
21-0.
thank you. Amendment 22-1095 passes on a vote of 21-0. Could I have a motion on 1540 as OTPA?
So move, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative Griffin, second by Representative Lynn. Is there any discussion on this? Seeing none, will the clerk call the roll?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
This is on OTPA.
Okay, this, right, OTPA. Okay, Representative Weiler,
Yes. Yes.
Representative Burridge,
Yes.
Representative Petrie votes yes. Representative Emmerich,
Yes.
Representative Uriff,
Yes.
Representative Griffin,
Yes.
Representative Edwards,
Yes.
Representative Murner,
Yes.
Representative Lynn,
Yes.
Representative Mooney,
Yes.
Representative Turcott,
Yes.
Representative Wallner,
Yes.
Representative Norgren,
Yes.
Representative Bucco,
Yes.
Representative Leishman,
Yes.
Representative Hatch,
Yes.
Representative Rogers,
Yes.
Representative Walsh,
Yes.
Representative Heath,
Yes.
Representative Murray,
Yes.
Representative Umberger.
Yes,
Yes. House Bill 1540 passes OTP A 21-0.
thank you. HB 1540 FN OTPA at 21-0. We now move.
Madam Chair, that could go on consent.
That can go, that can go on consent because there's no cost. Without objection? Seeing none? Thank you. Oops, wrong one. Okay, we'll now move to HB 1552 FN. Could I have an OTP motion, please?
So moved.
Representative Mooney? Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Representative Emmerich?
That was OTP,
Mm-hmm.
and Emmerich is the second.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Representative Mooney, would you like to speak to your motion?
I would. Thank you, Madam Chair. As means of some background, this bill came absolutely flying out of the ED&A committee unanimously into Division 1. It came out of Division 1 here in this committee as a 5-2 vote. Essentially, what this bill would do is move the Board for the Certification of Assessors from the DRA to the OPLC, Office of Professional Licensing. The spark that started this was that currently the Board for the Certification of Assessors under the DRA doesn't have disclosure like they would under the OPLC. For example, licensing, discipline, and the like. If this move were to be made, fees would be involved with regards to licensing of assessors. Currently, with the board under the DRA, there are no fees. It is fees that would fund this board under the OPLC. And with that, I would ask that the committee vote in favor of ought to pass.
Are there any questions? Representative Leishman.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I won't be supporting this motion. There are several things that caught my eye during the discussion. One, the DRA did not ask for this change, and in my belief, the DRA has done a fairly good job overseeing assessors. One of their responsibilities, one of many. This creates a fine structure without an appeals process. It also creates a fee. And I know my colleagues on the other side of the aisle have never been really in favor of fees, but I just think the way things have gone for years with the DRA and their oversight of assessors in the process has been done well, so I will not be supporting the motion, Madam Chair. Thanks.
Thank you. Did you want to respond?
Just based on thank you, Madam Chair, just based on a conversation I had recently with regards to the fee structure, which is certainly true, the balance here is transparency in government. And that was the motive behind offering the bill in the first place. And it seems that transparency is what outweighed the fee structure in the entire ED&A committee and the majority of our Division 1. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Are there any further comments?
Madam Chair.
Representative Wallner?
I just have a question of Division 1.
Certainly.
Did you hear from the assessors themselves?
The answer to your question is not as I recall. However, they did testify to ED&A. I watched that hearing, and it was the board, it was the vice chairman of the Board of Assessors who testified and was in favor of the bill. In fact, it was his testimony I found quite critical in terms of the background and the intent of the move. Thank you for the question.
Representative Griffin?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I believe this is a solution looking for a problem. I think the Board of Assessors at the DRA has worked well. We know that the DRA didn't have a position on this. And I suspect that fees are going to go up and maybe other costs. And I tend to vote no.
Thank you. Are there any other comments? Representative Hatch?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I voted for this in Division 3, and I have to admit, Division 1, excuse me. I have to admit that I have since given it a lot of thought and talked to a few individuals concerning this, and I'm thinking I may change my vote that I had in the division. Primarily, I supported this because I have a lot of confidence in the OPLC, and I still carry that. But when I asked a few questions of the assessors I knew and tried to weed out the necessity for this, and I got the blank stare. They're not aware, and I think the statement that maybe this is a solution looking for a problem may be there because I don't know of any cases that I've heard of, and that's what I asked a few assessors, where if there was an issue with whatever they did, did the person that had issue with it have trouble finding out why they did what they did? In other words, they were open to any questions, and any documentation they had is open to the public. So, and as far as the fee goes, the only stop check for this that has changed in this legislature in the last few terms. Now they would go to rules, GELCAR, and it was there where the fee would be reviewed. Having chaired GELCAR and having been a member of that for many years, we really don't have the time or even the wherewithal to do a complete investigation of the fees, the fee structures, as we did in Ways and Means. Though we try, and I'm not saying GELCAR doesn't do its job, but there's not the time or the staff or the ability to pay the very close scrutiny to fees that has been done in Ways and Means. So I apologize for this, but I need to change my vote, and I no longer support this change without some further thought and investigation. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, and thank you for being on GELCAR. Brutal. Yeah, I think it's worse than appendicitis. There's no question in my mind, or having a tooth pulled. So, thank you for that,
Madam Chair?
Representative Bears.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chairman. To answer Representative Wallner's question, the answer is no, being the clerk for Division 1. I wish that somebody from the Board of Assessors would have been present, because I had some questions during and even after our hearing. So I was a little bit disappointed that nobody seemed to care or take interest in the bill. Thank you.
Are there further comments or questions? Representative Edwards.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think I'm going to vote no on this, and I'll accept that there is a problem that we found, and the found problem is a perception that there's a lack of transparency. I just would like to see that addressed rather than moving the assessors over into an environment in which a fee structure is going to be added to them. And given that so many of these are employed by city and state, these would become reimbursable expenses, the fees. So in this era of trying to reduce pressure on property taxes, this would just be another burden to push downhill. So I think I'll be voting no.
Are there further questions? Representative Mooney.
In a last attempt here on House Bill 1552 to preserve the unanimous decision of the ED&A committee to make this happen, having done their research, I would just add that by moving the board to the OPLC, it would then be comparable to the way other boards are managed and the way that they conduct themselves, for example, realtors and the like. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. Are there any further comments? Seeing none, will the clerk call the roll on HB 1552 OTP?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Weiler,
Yes.
Representative Thaburge,
No.
Representative Petrie votes yes. Representative Emmerich,
Yes.
You're not in the mic. Thank you.
Representative Earth,
Yes.
Representative Griffin,
No.
Representative Edwards,
No.
Representative Murner,
Yes.
Representative Lynn,
Yes.
Representative Mooney,
Yes.
Representative Turcott,
Yes.
Representative Wallner, Representative Norgren,
No.
Representative Bucco,
No.
Representative Leishman,
No.
Representative Hatch,
No.
Representative Rogers,
No.
Representative Walsh,
No.
Representative Heath,
No.
Representative Murray,
No.
Representative Umberger.
Yes.
Madam Chair, the vote on HB 1552 ought to pass is 8 yes, 12 no. We're missing one. Oh, 9. I'm sorry, 9. 9. 9 to 12.
Okay.
In the negative.
Okay, HB 1552 on a vote of 9 in favor and 12 against, the OTP motion fails. I will entertain an ITL motion. You can't move unless you turn your microphone on.
Your Honor, it won't go there. I move that we move this bill ITL.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
Representative Leishman seconds. Ready? Okay. Will the clerk please call the roll on the ITL motion?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Weiler,
No.
Representative Burridge,
Yes.
Representative Petrie votes no. Representative Emmerich,
No.
Representative Earth,
No.
Representative Griffin,
Yes.
Representative Edwards,
Yes.
Representative Murner,
No.
Representative Lynn,
No.
Representative Mooney,
No.
Representative Turcott,
No.
Representative Wallner,
Yes.
Representative Norgren,
Yes.
Representative Bucco,
Yes.
Representative Leishman,
Yes.
Representative Hatch,
Yes.
Representative Rogers,
Yes.
Representative Walsh,
Yes.
Representative Heath,
Yes.
Representative Murray,
Yes.
and Representative Umberger.
No.
Madam Chair, there's 12 yes, 8 no. I'm sorry, 9. Boy, I'm missing you every time. On HB 1552 ITL.
Okay. The vote on HB 1552 ITL is 12 in favor, 9 opposed. Okay, we'll now move. Who made the motion for the ITL?
Edwards.
Oh, yeah. Pardon? Okay, we. Why not? Oh, yeah. Oh, well. Okay. We could do consent, but not on a, not on a 12th night. Okay, we'll, okay.
Madam Chair,
Yes, before we do anything, I need to figure out, who is going to do the majority report and the minority report. Representative Mooney, you'll do the minority. And the majority report?
I made the motion, but I don't want to write the report. So if somebody wants to write the report,
Pardon? Okay, thank you.
No,
All right.
that doesn't affect me.
Madam Chair,
Okay, we now turn to HB 1587 with and it has an amendment 1169.
Madam Chair, before we move into that, I would like to provide some clarification to the committee as to staffing levels at the corrections.
Oh, sure.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You all received a page that looks like this. In testimony at the work session yesterday, a comment was made that corrections has 60% vacancy rate. And we were all very humbled by that. So Attorney Marcio from Corrections has provided this document which shows by different operations what the actual vacancy rate is. I mean, it's still like 36% at the men's prison, but it's not 60%, which was the testimony from yesterday, which I heard repeated today. So I just wanted to clarify, yes, there is vacancies, but it's not as dire as was represented. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you very much for this, Representative Emmerich. Okay. Could I have a motion to approve amendment 022-1169H?
So moved.
Thank you, Representative Griffin. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, seconded by Representative Emmerich. Representative Griffin, do you want to talk to your motion on the amendment?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think it's easier to refer to the document and let people read the part that's been amended.
Madam Chair, I'd be glad to fill in some of the blank spots.
Okay, please do, but bring your microphone up. Thank you.
What the amendment does, the original bill was for Group 2, and the calculation of retirement that was changed in 2011. What the amendment does, and the basic bill had a lot more information in it, changed a lot more things. The amendment addresses this calculation for Group 2. There are approximately 4,900 employees in Group 2. This addresses the 1,900 that were affected by the calculation change as of July 1st, 2011. What this does is restore the calculation that those individuals were hired under. Anybody hired after that date has the current calculations. What this does is I would say, repair what was a good bad idea in 2011 that got us to this point. So what we're trying to do is make whole the calculation for those employees that were hired under a different calculation set that got modified. So that's what basically the amendment does, is it narrows the scope from the original bill. This does not have a fiscal note. It will have a fiscal note when it is provided the other body, because retirement system actuarials only provide fiscal notes on bills. They don't do it just on request. So this bill, by the time it is taken up by the other body, will have a fiscal note. The estimate of cost is somewhere in the $28 to $30 million range, but that's a scientific guess. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Are you sure that's not a swag?
It was a swag, but I thought I'd delete some of the words. Thank you, ma'am.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Are there any other comments on the amendment? Representative Waltz.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree with what Chairman Emmerich said, but I just wanted to clarify a little. It doesn't quite restore things back to the way it was in 2000, before we messed with it in 2011. Then it was the top 3 years. This is now the top 5 years. So it's still a bit of a differentiation, but it's closer to what we did. But I wanted to make it clear that it's not a full clawback to what the law was before the legislature messed with it in 2011. It gets us part of the way there, but not all the way there.
Thank you. Are there any further comments?
Madam Chair, I would concur. This is primarily addressing the calculation.
Representative Edwards.
So I'm just curious, because I didn't sit in on these meetings. If we have two people who retired or were in the system prior to 2011, and person A retires in 2019, person B retires in 2024. Does person A who retired in 2019, do they see any change to their retirement as a result of this bill? And the 2024 retiree, does this essentially make that person whole all the way back to 2011 with the distinction between the 3 and 5 year mark?
My understanding that this bill addresses people who are currently employed. I don't believe this has anything to do with people who had invested and retired.
Yeah, just some of us were here during that SB3 discussion. This is for the people that were on the rolls and not vested. Those are the people that are when they were on the rolls but not vested, and so when they came on, they were under the assumption that the retirement system would be what they thought when they came to work here. And the way the SB3 was written, you had to be vested in order to maintain your retirement the way it was. And so what this does is it takes care of the people that were on board, hired, but not vested. And so I think that it has nothing to do with when you retire. It all has to do with when you were hired. Okay. Is there any further comments? Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question, if it's possible. Is there a revised fiscal note that goes with this? The original fiscal note, as I'm reading it, indicates a roughly $56 million cost in FY23. Is that unchanged, higher, or lower? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative
Yes,
Emmerich?
there is not a revised fiscal note. The revised fiscal note will be less, but we won't know until it's run through retirement's actuarial system. It's estimated to be somewhere in the $30 million range. But there will be fiscal note attached to this for the other body.
Are there any further comments? Seeing none, will the clerk call the roll on Amendment 1169?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is House Bill 1587, Amendment 1169H. Representative Weiler.
Yes.
Representative Burge.
Yes.
Representative Petrie votes yes. Representative Emmerich.
Yes.
Representative Urf.
Yes.
Representative Griffin.
Yes.
Representative Edwards.
Yes.
Representative Murner.
Yes.
Representative Lynn.
Yes.
Representative Mooney.
Yes.
Representative Turcott.
Yes.
Representative Wallner.
Yes.
Representative Norgren.
Yes.
Representative Bucco.
Yes.
Representative Leishman.
Yes.
Representative Hatch.
Yes.
Representative Rogers.
Yes.
Representative Walsh.
Yes.
Representative Heath.
Yes.
Representative Murray.
Yes.
Representative Umberger.
Yes.
Madam Chair, the vote on HB 1587, Amendment 1169H is 21-0.
Okay. Amendment 1169 passes on a vote of 21-0. Could I now have an ought to pass as amended motion?
So moved.
Representative Griffin, do I have a second?
Second.
Got it.
Okay. Seconded by. Who'd you put down?
Emmerich.
Okay, seconded by Representative Emmerich. Are there any discussion, comments? Seeing none, will the clerk call the roll?
This is OTP
A.
And it is on Bill 1580, House Bill 1587 FNA. ought to pass as amended. Representative Weiler.
Yes.
Representative Thurbush.
Yes.
Representative Petrie votes yes. Representative Emmerich.
Yes.
Representative Earth.
No.
Representative Griffin.
Yes.
Representative Edwards.
Yes.
Representative Murner.
Yes.
Representative Lynn.
Yes.
Representative Mooney.
Yes.
Representative Turcott.
Yes.
Representative Wallner.
Yes.
Representative Norgren.
Yes.
Representative Bucco.
Yes.
Representative Leishman.
Yes.
Representative Hatch.
Yes.
Representative Rogers.
Yes.
Representative Walsh.
Yes.
Representative Heath.
Yes.
Representative Murray.
Yes.
Representative Umberger.
Yes.
Madam Chair, the vote on HB 1587 ought to pass as amended is 20-1.
Thank you. HB 1587, relative to the determination of the average final compensation under the retirement system and making an appropriation therefore, passes 20-1 OTPA. Okay. We now move to Division 2. And you'll notice the clock says it's 7:30. That's AM, in case anyone was concerned. If we move as fast on the rest of these, we'll be here till midnight. Okay. All right. Turning now to Division 2, HB 1462 FN, relative to motorcycle learner's permit. Could I have an ought to pass?
I make the motion ought to pass, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Do I have
Second.
a second by Representative Lynn? Would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, very briefly. Under current law, a motorcycle or someone wanting to get a motorcycle license is allowed to get a learner's permit on a one-time basis. This bill would allow it to be renewed one additional time. Testimony was given by the trainer who operates the motorcycle training department at the DOT, and he gave actually some examples of why this would be a good idea. There would be an additional fee required and extremely minimal reprogramming costs involved. So I recommend an ought to pass on this.
Thank you. I believe that man is from safety. Not
You are correct, not DOT. You
Right.
are correct. Safety, you are correct.
okay. Thank you. Just so that we're not charging DOT with motorcycle requirements. They have enough to do. Okay. Are there any further questions, comments? Seeing none, will the clerk call the roll?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is on a House Bill 1462 FN. The motion is ought to pass. Representative Weiler.
Yes.
Representative Thurbush.
Yes.
Representative Petrie votes yes. Representative Emmerich.
Yes.
Representative Earth.
Yes.
Representative Griffin.
Yes.
Representative Edwards.
Yes.
Representative Murner.
Yes.
Representative Lynn.
Yes.
Representative Mooney.
Yes.
Representative Turcott.
Yes.
Representative Wallner.
Yes.
Representative Norgren.
Yes.
Representative Bucco.
Yes.
Representative Leishman.
Yes.
Representative Hatch.
Yes.
Representative Rogers.
Yes.
Representative Walsh.
Yes.
Representative Heath.
Yes.
Representative Murray.
Yes.
Representative Umberger.
Yes.
Madam Chair, the vote on HB 1462 is 21-0.
HB 1462 passes 21-0. There was a fee. So,
And I think it was about $28,000 in reprogramming costs, something like that.
yeah, it's not a lot, but Yeah, regular. Okay. Moving now to HB 1547, which is setting maximum containment levels of PFOAs. That shows an OTPA. That is how it passed the House floor, but we only have OTP to worry about. So, could I have a motion to accept ought to pass on 1547?
So moved, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Do I have a second? Thank you, Representative Turcott. Representative Mooney, would you like to speak to the bill just briefly?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I know we did have a question. I don't know if you want to take that first or.
No.
Okay.
Maybe he'll answer the question.
Thank you very much. Madam Chair, I'm the prime sponsor of House Bill 1547, and I have to say that this bill is the result of extraordinary collaboration between the citizens group Merrimack Citizens for Clean Water, our Merrimack House delegation, our state senator, and the DES, in particular, Mr. Wimsat, who I see is here today in the audience. As the bill first was introduced, we tried almost a little bit too prematurely to set standards for pollution in soil as a result of PFAS. As it turns out, there is a federal study that's going to be conducted on soil, conducted by the United States Geological Survey, the USGS. That study is critical to the setting of standards of pollution, PFAS pollution in soils. This amended bill, and I might add, is amended entirely different from the way it was originally introduced. The amended version recognizes that study, recognizes the due date of that study, and then basically says that the commissioner would then set standards based on the study. These are critical pieces. Also, in Section 2 of the amended version of the bill, it amends the Groundwater Protection Act to add soil, and that a person liable for such contamination provide safe alternative water to an impacted well owner. The word person, I might add, includes corporations, public or private, and companies. Lastly, the amended bill clarifies language with regards to certain hazardous waste generators, making our state standards consistent with those on the federal standard, which I understand has been causing some confusion. This bill will clear that up. So the amended bill that came out of the E&A committee unanimously, and then on the consent calendar, has a fiscal note of no fiscal impact on the state. And I'll hope that was brief enough, and I would appreciate your support of an ought to pass motion on this very important bill. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Edwards,
Representative Mooney addressed the question. Thank you.
are there any further questions or comments? I got to figure out whether this is OTP or OTPA.
OTP.
Yeah, that's right. I thought because it passed the House. Okay. All right. HB 1547, OTP. Will the clerk call the roll?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Weiler.
Yes.
Representative Burridge.
Yes.
Representative Petrie votes yes. Representative Emmerich.
Yes.
Representative Earth.
Yes.
Representative Griffin.
Yes.
Representative Edwards.
Yes.
Representative Murner.
Yes.
Representative Lynn.
Yes.
Representative Mooney.
Yes.
Representative Turcott.
Yes.
Representative Wallner.
Yes.
Representative Norgren.
Yes.
Representative Bucco,
Yes.
Representative Leishman,
Yes.
Representative Hatch,
Yes.
Representative Rogers,
Yes.
Representative Walls,
Yes.
Representative Heath,
Yes.
Representative Murray,
Yes.
and Representative Umberger.
Yes.
Madam Chair, the vote on HB 1547 OTP is 21-0.
Thank you. HB 1547, OTP, the vote is 21-0 and it passes. Is there anyone that doesn't want this to go on consent? Okay, we will be on consent. The next bill is HB 1624 FN, relative to students with disabilities participating in co-curricular activities and making an appropriation therefore. We have an amendment, 1166, 2022, 1166. How did my name get on this? Okay, okay. Could I have a motion to accept Amendment 2022-1166?
So moved.
Thank you. Do I have a second? Thank you. Yeah, Lynn Turcott. Representative Turcott, I know that this is really your amendment with my name on it. So would you mind simply discussing what this does?
Absolutely, Madam Chair. Actually, just a couple of very small amendments. The original bill didn't specify how much money could be devoted to any one particular program. So we added in the amount of any grant shall be no more than $4,000 per program, and that gives the department still a lot of latitude on exactly how much they give to each program. If they get a lot of requests, they can reduce that number, but in no case can they do more than 4,000. The only other part of the amendment was the changing of the date. The department had asked for a little more time for implementation.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Seeing none, will the clerk call the roll on Amendment 2022-1166?
Thank you, Madam Chair. House Bill 1624 ought to pass with Amendment H1166H. This is on the amendment. Representative Weiler.
Yes.
Representative Burridge.
Yes.
Representative Petrie votes yes. Representative Emmerich.
Yes.
Representative Earth.
Yes.
Representative Griffin. Representative Edwards.
Yes.
Representative Berner.
Yes.
Representative Lynn.
Yes.
Representative Mooney.
Yes.
Representative Turcott.
Yes.
Representative Wallner.
Yes.
Representative Norgren.
Yes.
Representative Bucco.
Yes.
Representative Leishman.
Yes.
Representative Hatch.
Yes.
Representative Rogers.
Yes.
Representative Walls.
Yes.
Representative Heath.
Yes.
Representative Murray.
Yes.
Representative Umberger.
Yes.
Madam Chair, the vote on HB 1624 ought to pass. The amendment 1166H is 21-0.
Thank you. The amendment passes on a vote of 21-0. Could I have a motion, please, on OTPA for HB 1624 FN?
So moved.
Thank you, Representative Lynn. Do I have a second? Thank you, Representative Turcott.
May I speak to the motion?
You may speak to the motion.
Thank you. So this bill amends RSA 21N4 by adding a new paragraph, Roman numeral 11, that requires the Commissioner of Education to review and update on at least an every other year basis a consolidated state plan to establish and encourage unified co-curricular activities in school districts. Unified co-curricular activities are activities such as sports, music, theater, etc., that include combined participation by both students with disabilities or with special needs and students without such conditions. The bill appropriates the sum of $50,000 to the Department of Education for the fiscal year ending June 30th, 2023, for the purpose of funding grants to school districts for first-year operational expenses for equipment and/or uniforms for such programs, and provides that any funds remaining shall not lapse, but may be distributed as grants to school districts that already have established unified co-curricular activities. As we've already discussed, per the amendment, no grant can exceed $4,000 per program. The bill also requires the commissioner to include in Department of Education's efficiency expenditure requests under RSA 9(4) sufficient funds for continued operation of its duties under the legislation. The committee voted 6-4 in favor of the amendment, and I urge you to vote to pass it as amended.
Thank you. Are there any further comments or questions? Seeing none, will the clerk please call the roll
Thank you, Madam Chair.
on HB 1624 OTPA?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Weiler.
Yes.
Representative Thaburish.
Yes.
Representative Petrie votes yes. Representative Emmerich.
Yes.
Representative Earth.
Yes.
Representative Griffin.
Yes.
Representative Edwards.
Yes.
Representative Murner.
Yes.
Representative Lynn.
Yes.
Representative Mooney.
Yes.
Representative Turcott.
Yes.
Representative Wallner.
Yes.
Representative Norgren.
Yes.
And Representative Bucco.
Yes.
Representative Leishman.
Yes.
Representative Hatch.
Yes. Yes.
Representative Rogers.
Yes.
Representative Walsh.
Yes.
Representative Heath.
Yes.
Representative Murray.
Yes.
And Representative Elmerger.
Yes.
Madam Chair, the vote on HB 1624 ought to pass as amended is 21-0.
Thank you. The HB 1624 as amended passes on a vote of 21-0. So for $50,000, we have to put this on the regular calendar. Should we try for a rule change? Let's see. Okay, we are now, thank you. We are now moving to HB 1627, which has an amendment number 2022-1163. Could I have a motion on the amendment?
Madam Chair, I would like to move Amendment 1163H, and I will speak to my amendment.
Okay, do I have a second?
Second.
Representative Lynn seconds. Representative Heath.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The amendment to House Bill 1627, which establishes an Education Freedom Account Program administrator for the Department of Education, does two things. First, the amendment reduces the amount of the allocation for the full-time administrator. It basically prorates it to $115,000. And secondly, what this amendment does, this was actually a non-germane amendment that came before us at a public hearing recently. And the purpose of this amendment, a portion of the amendment, is to authorize the Department of Education to apply to be part of a pilot program for Medicaid direct certification programs. This original thinking came out of a committee that was a committee that came out of Division II and House Education. It was a combined committee that we were looking at different, we were concerned about the manner in which free and reduced lunch counts were taken. And this was a result, this came as a recommendation and a result of that committee that worked on this group. So what it does is the amendment will make New Hampshire, it authorizes New Hampshire to apply to be part of this demonstration project to evaluate direct certification with Medicaid administration. And it also authorizes the Department of Education and the Department of Health and Human Services to work together. And I would ask for your support on this amendment, please, as ought to pass.
Are there any additional comments? Yes, go ahead, Representative Turcott.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be voting against this only because it came with a potential monetary factor involved that is unknown at this time, which could be fairly expensive. So on the amendment itself, I'll be voting against.
Representative Heath, did you want to respond?
In terms of the cost that would be associated this, I actually it's a pilot program, and I think the ultimate would be a benefit to the children of New Hampshire in that we will better identify the number of students who will be eligible for free and reduced lunch. And I think we all know that children who eat breakfast and lunch have improved academic performance, reduced behavior problems. They have fewer trips to the nurse's office, and they have better attendance in school. And in terms of school districts, this will really be a plus for them because we will reduce the paperwork that they need to gather on a yearly basis. So there are 27 other states participating in this process. And as the research has shown, significant positive results. So that would be my response to your comment, sir.
Thank you very much. Are there other comments on the amendment? Seeing none, will the clerk call the roll on amendment 2022-1163?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Weiler.
Yes.
Representative Burridge.
Yes.
Representative Petrie votes yes. Representative Emmerich.
Yes.
Representative Earth.
No.
Representative Griffin.
No.
Representative Edwards.
No.
Representative Murner.
Yes.
Representative Lynn.
Yes.
Representative Mooney.
Yes.
Representative Turcott.
No.
Representative Wallner.
Yes.
Representative Norgren.
Yes.
Representative Bucco.
Yes.
Representative Leishman.
Yes.
Representative Hatch. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, so Representative Rogers.
Yes.
Representative Walsh.
Yes.
Representative Heath.
Yes.
Representative Murray.
Yes.
Representative Umberger.
Yes.
Madam Chair, the vote is 16-4 on HB 1627 OTP on amendment 2022-1163H.
Thank you. The amendment passes 2022-1163 on a vote of 16-4. Could I please have an ought to pass as amended motion?
Madam Chair, I would like to move HB 1627 as amended ought to pass.
Second.
Who's, okay, Representative Lynn.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, will the clerk please call the roll?
All right, this is on House Bill 1627, ought to pass as amended. Representative Weiler.
Yes.
Representative Thurbush.
Yes.
Representative Petrie votes yes. Representative Emmerich.
Yes.
Representative Earth.
No.
Representative Griffin.
No.
Representative Edwards.
Yes.
Representative Murner.
Yes.
Representative Lynn.
Yes.
Representative Mooney.
Yes.
Representative Turcott.
No.
Representative Wallner. Representative Norgren.
Yes.
Representative Bucco.
Yes.
Representative Leishman.
Yes.
Representative Hatch is not here. Representative Rogers.
Yes.
Representative Walsh.
Yes.
Representative Heath.
Yes.
Representative Murray.
Yes.
And Representative Umberger.
Yes.
Madam Chair, the vote on HB 1627 ought to pass as amended is 17-3.
Okay. HB 1627 OTPA passes what was the vote?
17-3.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Okay. Well, now, Representative Heath, you have the blurb. Okay, thank you. All right, we're now moving to HB 1661. And we have an amendment on that of 2022-1173. Oh, I'm on the, okay, sorry. Okay, could I have a motion, please, on the amendment? Representative Murray? Do
So
I-
moved, thank you.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, Representative Lynn seconds. Would you like to speak to your motion, Representative Murray?
Sure, thank you, Madam Chair. This is a non-germane amendment that came to us to address an emergency situation regarding the Storrs Street parking garage. It's well past its lifespan, and it's been discussed for years whether or not what we need to do with the Storrs Street garage. It would appear that minor injuries to individuals using that garage have been growing in frequency over the past couple of years, trippings and scrapes and bruises and bumps. I took special note driving in today to look at the netting, and netting to me seems to be kind of a euphemism. This is like really hard stuff to keep chunks of the Storrs Street garage from falling onto the first floor platform or falling onto a car or a person walking on that platform, also from chunks falling onto the road below. So this came to us as an emergency situation that we need to deal with instead of kicking it down the road, which apparently we have been doing for a while. The amendment requests or suggests that, it does more than suggest, asks that the Storrs Street garage be demolished, a new structure be constructed at the site of the current Department of Justice building, which would also be raised, and that the Department of Justice be moved to another location, and there is a place where they can go. They've already considered where they would put justice. So given that this has been a problem for a long time, the building, we are spending apparently several $1 million a year to keep it at least functional. Perhaps your version of safe is not necessarily the same as other people's version of safe, but we are assured that it is safe right now. But it is costing a significant amount of money every year in order to maintain that position. So this amendment came to us to make the request as an appropriation of $35 million. I know it always stings to spend money like that, especially when there are needs around the state, but in this instance, the government has a strong need too. So I request your support on this amendment to address the Storrs Street garage by removing that garage, removing the building that is located at the Department of Justice, building a new structure there, and relocating the Department of Justice. With regards to specifications, that is down in the future. So I cannot speak to exactly at all what this would look like, but I please ask your support for this amendment. It is something we need to do now. We have reached the point of an emergency.
Thank you. Are there any other comments, questions? Representative Edwards?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you. I can imagine it's a crisis and we have to act now. I would just like to ask, did the capital budget process break because we didn't catch this earlier in a capital budgeting process? And if so, how did that process break down? Do you know?
I don't know if this can be laid to the capital budget process or not. I think that it's risen to the level of an emergency, and putting it through the capital budget process at this point would not be appropriate. I can't speak to why we did not do this 10, 15 years ago. So,
Okay.
Okay, so my follow-up on that isn't that I have no argument that it's a crisis and we have to do this now. I'm just asking, you know, given that this is such a obvious item that should be in the capital budget, do we know why it wasn't included in the capital budget process? And I think I heard your answer to be, no, we don't know.
Representative Weiler can shed some light on this.
Yes, the chairman of Public Works got up to say that there's about $100 million in the capital budget every year, and this would just kill all our other so many other projects, that he didn't think it was appropriate to put it in the capital budget because it would kind of reduce all our other work. So he's hoping that there's enough money in surplus that we can do it out of that, so we don't have to get involved in the capital budget. That was his testimony. Thank you.
The other thing is that until relatively recently, like this year, or a year ago, whatever, but relatively recently, is the first time that anyone has actually put anything together as to the cost of replacing the Storrs Street garage. We've talked about it for 10 years minimum.
I was on a committee in 2005 to build a
Okay.
parking garage right there.
So that's more than 10 years. So it just never really got off the ground in the past to where it could even be considered by the capital budget. And I think that Ken's point, or sorry, Representative Weiler's point about trying to bond this through the capital budget would really be a significant problem for the rest of the needs of the state. So, did you have a further question?
I did. I think the only reason I'm going to vote no on this obvious need is that it just feels to me like the capital budgeting process ought to have routine replacement of buildings included, and if we don't have enough money in it, then we should be showing an unfunded balance in the capital budget requirements. So I'm going to vote no just because I think this was a broken process, and even though I know we need to do it.
Thank you. Are there any other comments? Seeing none, will the clerk call the roll on Amendment 2022-1173?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Voting ought to pass on 1173H to Bill HB 1661. Representative Weiler.
Yes.
Representative Burridge.
Yes.
Representative Petrie votes yes. Representative Emmerich.
Yes.
Representative Erf.
Yes.
Representative Griffin.
Yes.
Representative Edwards.
No.
Representative Murner.
Yes.
Representative Lynn.
Yes.
Representative Mooney.
Yes.
Representative Turcott.
Yes.
Representative Wallner.
Yes.
Representative Norgren.
Yes.
Representative Bucco.
Yes.
Representative Leishman.
A reluctant yes.
Peter, is that because you don't park down there?
Representative Hatch.
Very reluctant, yes.
Representative Rogers.
Yes.
Representative Walsh.
Yes.
Representative Heath.
Yes.
Representative Murray.
Yes.
Representative Umberger.
Yes.
Madam Chair, the vote on HB 1661, Amendment 1173H is 20-1.
Thank you. Amendment 2022-1173 passes on a vote of 20-1. Could I please have a motion on HB 1661 as amended?
So moved, madam.
Thank you. Representative Murray, do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, Representative Heath. Thank you. Are there any further comments, questions?
That was Heath.
Yes.
Okay. That's OTPA. Okay.
Will the clerk call the roll?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Weiler, this is HB 1661. Ought to pass as amended. Representative Weiler.
Yes.
Representative Thavarish.
Yes.
Representative Petrie votes yes. Representative Emmerich.
Yes.
Representative Earth.
Yes.
Representative Griffin.
Yes.
Representative Edwards.
Yes.
Representative Murner.
Yes.
Representative Lynn.
Yes.
Representative Mooney.
Yes.
Representative Turcott.
Yes.
Representative Wallner.
Yes.
Representative Nalgren.
Yes.
Representative Bucco.
Yes.
Representative Leishman.
Yes.
Representative Hatch.
Yes.
Representative Rogers.
Yes.
Representative Walsh.
Yes.
Representative Heath.
Yes.
Representative Murray.
Yes.
And Representative Umberger.
Yes.
Madam Chair, the vote on HB 1661 ought to pass as amended is 21-0.
Thank you. HB 1661 passes OTPA on a vote of 21-0.
I guess that's not consent.
Yeah, let's put it on consent.
Yeah, right. Get that one by.
Oh, you people are really, really making it hard for me. Okay. We HB 1665 establishing a municipal road and bridge disaster relief fund did not come out of committee OTP. It came out of committee as a recommendation for interim study. So if you're interested in correcting your papers, that's the way we are. So, could I have a motion for interim study on HB 1665?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that HB 1665 be interim studied, please.
Thank you. Do I have a Representative Turcott seconds? Would you like to speak to your motion?
I would like, Madam Chair, to speak to my motion. This bill is it's not a good bill. But my concern is what it means. During our hearing, this bill is really about a natural disaster occurring in a town and what happens after that disaster takes place. And the question I asked, I said, God forbid if for some reason a hurricane or a tornado went through my city of Manchester, what resources would be immediately available to my town? And right away, there isn't anything. We do have a piece of legislation, Chapter 9, under 9:13-D, that is civil emergency, and it provides the governor with the authority to go to fiscal committee. But you know and I know how long it takes to get to fiscal committee. That would be at least a 2-week turnaround. So in the event of all said, what happened was the damage was so severe that the roads were closed. They needed to repair the bridge and the road, and they needed to get it opened right away. And for that, there was nothing available to them. Now, while this bill was not a good bill, I thought that probably maybe entertaining some kind of a conversation about what help is available, and to set up a meeting or a study group with Homeland Security about what could we do in the state of New Hampshire to make sure that we don't leave our towns and municipalities, that especially the small ones that are the most vulnerable and don't have much money immediately to make some of these changes. Allsted had to take out a loan for $2.2 million. So that's the reason why I'm asking for your support on this bill. I mean, otherwise, I would probably say it just should be ITL because it's not a good bill on its merit, but it's the situation itself, when we see what's happening with the weather across the country, that if in fact we did have some kind of a disaster that we needed to address, that we would have something in place. Thank you.
Are there any further comments?
Just clarification, is it Allsted or Ackworth?
Ackworth.
All right. I know the representative and she's
I'm
very
sorry.
proud of her town.
I stand corrected.
Probably. Yeah.
Allsted had one before.
Yes. Yes. Okay. Seeing no further comments, will the clerk please call the roll?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The bill is House Bill 1665, FNA local. The motion is interim study. Representative Weiler.
Yes.
Representative Burridge. Representative Petrie votes yes. Representative Emmerich.
Yes.
Representative Earth.
Yes.
Representative Griffin.
Yes.
Representative Edwards.
Yes.
Representative Murner.
Yes.
Representative Lynn.
Yes.
Representative Mooney.
Yes.
Representative Turcott.
Yes.
Representative Wallner.
Yes.
Representative Norgren.
Yes.
Representative Bucco.
Yes.
Representative Leishman.
Yes.
Representative Hatch.
Yes.
Representative Rogers.
Yes.
Representative Walsh.
Yes.
Representative Heath.
Yes.
Representative Murray.
Yes.
Representative Umberger.
Yes.
Madam Chair, the vote on HB 1665 is interim study, and the vote is 20-0.
Thank you. HB 1665 interim study passes on a vote of 20-0. I think we can probably put this on the consent calendar. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we will put it on consent. Okay. We now move to HB 1682, establishing the Law Enforcement Conduct Review Committee in New Hampshire Police Standards and Training Council and making an appropriation thereof. We have an amendment 2022-1099. Could I have a motion on the amendment?
So moved. Move we pass the amendment.
Okay, do I have a second?
Who's that?
Lynn,
I'm sorry.
Representative Lynn. Do I have a second? Representative Heath. Okay, would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes,
On
if
the
I may,
amendment.
Madam. And in the interest of efficiency, if I may speak to the underlying bill also, I'm happy to answer any questions. No? Okay. Well, then this amendment.
In this inefficient way, I'm sorry.
Okay. This amendment proposes to change the original bill's appropriation of $350,000 to $175,000 because the monies, the $350,000 was really anticipated for the biennium, and we only have a year. It's only needed for a year, so it basically cuts the appropriation in half.
Thank you. Are there any further comments, questions? Seeing none, will the clerk call the roll?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. This is on House Bill 1682, FNA. Ought to pass. The amendment is 2022-1099H. Representative Weiler.
Yes.
Representative Thaburish. He's not here. Representative Petrie. Votes yes. I had to think.
Who am I?
Representative Emmerich.
Yes.
Representative Erf.
Yes.
Representative Griffin.
Yes.
Representative Edwards.
Yes.
Representative Berner.
Yes.
Representative Lynn.
Yes.
Representative Mooney.
Yes.
Representative Turcott.
Yes.
Representative Wallner.
Yes.
Representative Norgren.
Yes.
Representative Bucco.
Yes.
Representative Leishman.
Yes.
Representative Hatch.
Yes.
And Representative Rogers.
Yes.
Representative Waltz.
Yes.
Representative Heath.
Yes.
Representative Murray.
Yes.
Representative Umberger.
Yes.
Madam Chair, the vote on HB 1682 is on amendment 2022-1099H is 20-0.
Okay, the vote on amendment 2022-1099 is 20-0. The amendment passes. Okay, could I please have a motion on HB 1682 OTPA?
So moved.
Thank you. Do I have a
That
second?
was who?
Lynn,
Oh, okay.
Representative Lynn, and Representative, thanks.
Who was that? I missed that. I missed a lot.
He,
I'm sorry.
okay. Would you like to comment now?
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, this bill, the underlying bill now as amended, represents the legislation to basically enact a number of the recommendations of the Lee Act Commission. Specifically, the bill establishes a law enforcement conduct review committee in the New Hampshire Police Standards and Training Council. It reduces the appropriation, and as we've already voted on, but it establishes a comprehensive definition of what constitutes police misconduct and establishes procedures for filing complaints, review and investigation of the complaints, holding hearings before the council to adjudicate complaints, and sanctions that may be imposed for misconduct by officers. The committee voted 5-0. The subcommittee voted 5-0 in favor of the amendment, and I urge you to vote at OTP as amended.
Any further comments? You have a question. Go ahead, Representative Edwards.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It seems to me that we probably have had some kind of a law enforcement conduct review process in the past. Is this a brand new thing we're doing, or is this augmenting something that we think could work better?
Well, it's more than augmenting. I mean, there has been a law enforcement, misconduct process of investigation. It's been, I think our understanding is it's been in the past not very standardized. So there's been much discrepancies between departments in terms of how it's handled, and in terms of what, I mean, for example, one of the things that this bill does is I think is very important is define what constitutes police misconduct. The information we received was that, various police departments in various places in the state have interpreted what may constitute misconduct significantly differently among each other. So I think that's one of the big things that this does.
Thank you, Representative. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, are there any other questions, comments? Seeing none, will the clerk call the roll, please?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is on House Bill 1682 FNA. Ought to pass as amended. Representative Weiler.
Yes.
Representative Thaburish.
Yes.
Representative Petrie votes yes. Representative Emmerich.
Yes.
Representative Erf.
Yes.
Representative Griffin.
Yes.
Representative Edwards.
Yes.
Representative Murner.
Yes.
Representative Lynn.
Yes.
Representative Mooney.
Yes.
Representative Turcott.
Yes.
Representative Wallner. Representative Norgren.
Yes.
Representative Bucco.
Yes.
Representative Leishman.
Yes.
Representative Hatch.
Yes.
Representative Rogers.
Yes.
Representative Walls.
Yes.
Representative Heath.
Yes.
Representative Murray.
Yes.
Representative Umberger.
Yes.
Madam Chair, the vote is on HB 1682 FNA is ought to pass as amended, and the vote is 21-0.
Thank you. HB 1682 as amended, OTPA passes 21-0. So I'm going to take liberty here and ask us to stand up for about 10 minutes so that we can stretch our legs and do whatever else might be appropriate. And
Madam Chairman. Madam Chairman,
I can't go into. Yes.
is it your intent not to take a lunch break? Is that it?
Yes, because I know that these Division 3 bills are going to just sail right through.
Okay, thank you.
Confidence.
With flow.
Yeah.
I think,
So-
I think you ought to fire the clerk.
Yeah, yeah.
He doesn't even know his own name.
we'll call this, whatever, executive session back to order. Okay, during our little break and stretch, the LBA has passed out 3 amendments that are, for, the Division 3 bills. So, we turn now to HB 1526 relative to income eligibility for in and out medical assistance.
Madam Chair, I'd like to move an amendment to 1526, Amendment 2022-1121.
Second.
Okay, seconded by Representative Erf. Would you like to speak to your amendment, please?
Please. This amendment, if you read it, it says that it would appropriate 1.342 million. That would be for the final quarter of the second year of this fiscal budget cycle. The bill came to us with 4 times that amount of money to cover the entire second year of the budget. What we came to understand to have happened was somewhere in the budget process, the other house suspended the process under which they used income eligibility for in and out medical assistance. And so what this bill does is it restores the prior authorizations and then funds it for 1 quarter of a year.
Okay, thank you. Are there any comments, questions? Okay.
We've got 2 1526 amendments.
Well, that's because we're going to vote on this one, and then Representative Wallner is going to introduce a second one.
Okay.
Okay, will the clerk please call the roll?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This vote is on HB 1526 FN. Ought to pass on Amendment 2022-1121H. Representative Weiler.
Yes.
Representative Burridge.
Yes.
Representative Petrie votes yes. Representative Emmerich.
Yes.
Representative Erf.
Yes.
Representative Griffin.
Yes.
Representative Edwards.
Yes.
Representative Murner.
Yes.
Representative Lynn.
Yes.
Representative Mooney.
Yes.
Representative Turcott.
Yes.
Representative Wallner.
Yes.
Representative Norgren.
Yes.
Representative Bucco.
Yes.
Representative Leishman.
Yes.
Representative Hatch.
Yes.
Representative Rogers.
Yes.
Representative Walsh.
Yes.
Representative Heath.
Yes.
Representative Murray.
Yes.
Representative Umberger.
Yes.
Madam Chair, the vote on HB 1526 is ought to pass.
No, we're voting on the amendment only.
I was getting to that. Is it 1121H?
Right.
Okay, the vote is 21-0, Madam
Okay.
Chair.
The amendment 2022-1121H passes on a 21-0 vote. And Representative Wallner, I believe you have an amendment that you want to introduce at this time.
I do. Thank you, Madam Chair. So as you heard, this, the remedy for this problem of in and out medical assistance,
I'm sorry, what was the amendment? What amendment were we talking
we're
about?
talking about 2022-1181H.
Thank you.
Wallner's at the top of that one. So as you heard, this program did not end up getting into the budget, and it seems like it was sort of an oversight or something happened. These folks have not had an increase in their eligibility for, I believe we were told, 30 years. And these are very, very low income people who go in and out of Medicaid and getting medical assistance with their bills. Many of them are people with mental illness, and they need prescription drugs. What my amendment does is fund it for 6 months. Representative Edwards did it for 3. I just feel like they have been left behind for so long, and they got inadvertently left out of the budget during this last budget period. So it was sort of a middle ground.
Thank you, Representative Wallner. I did not get a second. Okay,
That's Wallner. Edwards?
okay.
Thank you.
All right. Is there anyone else that wants to speak to this? Representative Edwards?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't have any opposition to this. My amendment came first in the process, and in talking to Representative Wallner, I believe that triggered her thinking that she would submit this one. And the reason I picked a quarter was predominantly out of a perception that we had a limited amount of money to apply in this cycle, and I didn't know how much it was, and so I figured a quarter was a parsimonious way to get something and not just nothing. So, I'm not opposed to the Wallner amendment.
Thank you. Are there any other comments, questions, thoughts? Seeing none, will the clerk call the roll on amendment 2022-1181H?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Weiler?
No.
Representative Thurburge?
Yes.
Representative Petrie votes yes. Representative Emmerich?
Yes.
Representative Erf?
Yes.
Representative Griffin?
Yes.
Representative Edwards?
Yes.
Representative Berner?
Yes.
Representative Lynn?
Yes.
Representative Mooney?
Yes.
Representative Turcott?
No.
Representative Wallner?
Yes.
Representative Norgren?
Yes.
Representative Bucco?
Yes.
Representative Leishman?
Yes.
Representative Hatch?
Yes.
Representative Rogers?
Yes.
Representative Walsh?
Yes.
Representative Heath?
Yes.
Representative Murray?
Yes.
Representative Umberger?
Yes.
Madam Chair, on HB 1526, Amendment 1181H is 19-2. Any affirmative?
Okay, the vote is on amendment 2022-1181H is 19-2. It passes.
That replaces the earlier amendment.
So Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion.
Okay, hang on just a second. Representative Griffin?
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is, does that wipe out the earlier amendment?
Well, that's just what I was trying to figure out, but I think it does. But I think we have to eliminate the other amendment, don't we?
My motion would be OPTA with amendment 1181. And then that, if we voted on that, that would go forward, I think.
Okay. So do I have a second for that motion?
Second.
Representative Emmerich.
So it was Emmerich.
Edwards and Emmerich.
Okay, thank you.
All right. So the motion before us is HB 1526 as amended with amendment 2022-1181. Yes, you may.
Okay, so I think this is fairly obvious. We just passed one that lasts a longer period of time with the Wallner Amendment, and this is a population of need. I'd also add that we get federal matching money as a result of this. So I'm in favor of 1181 and not the earlier one I proposed.
Okay, thank you very much. Representative Lynn?
Yes, so just really a question for Representative Edwards. Can you, or Representative Wallner, can you just sort of explain to me, or in a little more detail, what the in and out program really is, how it works, and who it captures?
Representative Wallner, would you?
We were given the information that there are right now about 2,500 people with mental illness that are on this program, and about 3,600 that fall into the area of elderly, disabled, or blind. They're low-income people whose incomes are not low enough to be on state assistance, but they have such a large spend down for health-related costs that their incomes drop way below what their way below the eligibility for state assistance. So it's a monthly program. So on months that they have a lot of expenses, they can get some medical help. On months that they don't, they have to cover all of their own costs. And I'm far from an expert in it, and I hope I've not messed this up, okay? But that's my understanding of how it works. But these are very, very needy New Hampshire citizens.
Representative Edwards.
Thank you. I concur with what Representative Wallner just said, and I would just add that the folks that benefit most from this are in chronic care conditions, because they end up, due to their medical spend, dropping below the eligibility levels frequently within a year. So this helps people. These help our poorest, sickest people.
Thank you
Representative
both.
Erf?
And just to clarify a little bit further, this is each month. So their income is above the Medicaid level. They start buying their drugs, they hit the Medicaid, and they pay the money. They get down to the Medicaid level. Now Medicaid picks it up. Next month, process starts over again. They start having to spend their money. They hit the Medicaid level. Medicaid picks up. So on a month-to-month basis, they're basically spending money out of pocket, and then Medicaid picks up a little bit, and then it starts over again the next month. So they're right on the borderline of the Medicaid threshold.
So, can I ask just one follow-up? So am I understanding from what you're saying that the money that we're paying is the money that when they do hit the Medicaid threshold, this is the money, this is our portion, so to speak, of the money that is expended for Medicaid?
Representative Erf?
I'm not sure if you're asking about the money in the bill or the money in general.
The money in general, I'm sorry.
So essentially, this will raise the threshold so they will no longer be in that going back and forth. They'll be on Medicaid.
Thank you.
Okay. Everybody clear on that? No. But yeah, yes.
It's difficult.
Yeah, I have never heard of Medicaid in and out before, but I have now. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So, will the clerk call the roll on HB 1526 as amended by 1181?
Very good. Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Weiler.
Yes.
Representative Thaburge.
Yes.
Representative Petrie votes yes. Representative Emmerich.
Yes.
Representative Erf.
Yes.
Representative Griffin.
Yes.
Representative Edwards.
Yes.
Representative Werner.
Yes.
Representative Lynn.
Yes.
Representative Mooney.
Yes.
Representative Turcott.
Yes.
Representative Wallner.
Yes.
Representative Norgren.
Yes.
Representative Bucco.
Yes.
Representative Leishman.
Yes.
Representative Hatch.
Yes.
Representative Rogers.
Yes.
Representative Walsh.
Yes.
Representative Heath.
Yes.
Representative Murray,
Yes.
Representative Umberger.
Yes.
Madam Chair, the vote on HB 1526 as amended by 2022-1181H amendment is 21-0.
Thank you. HB 1526, as amended by 1181, is approved with a vote of 21-0. We now turn to HB 1531, which modifies the Oversight Commission on Children's Services. Could I have a motion, please?
Madam Chair, I'd like to move OTP.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Representative Erf. Representative Edwards, did you want to comment on this?
Yes, ma'am. This is one of three bills we're going to talk about today where between the time that the policy committee amended it and the time it got to us, there was a realization that the fiscal note no longer applied, and so it didn't have a fiscal impact. And in those three cases, this being the first one today, we'll just put it at OTP and put it on consent, so since there's no financial issue. And I can speak to the bill, but it's almost irrelevant.
That's fine. Are there any questions? Seeing none, will the clerk call the roll on OTP for HB 1531?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Weiler,
Yes.
Representative Burridge,
Yes.
Representative Petrie votes yes. Representative Emmerich,
Yes.
Representative Erf,
Yes.
Representative Griffin,
Yes.
Representative Edwards,
Yes.
Representative Murner,
Yes.
Representative Lynn,
Yes.
Representative Mooney,
Yes.
Representative Turcott,
Yes.
Representative Wallner,
Yes.
Representative Norgren,
Yes.
Representative Bucco,
Yes.
Representative Leishman,
Yes.
Representative Hatch,
Yes.
Representative Rogers,
Yes.
Representative Walls,
Yes.
Representative Heath,
Yes.
Representative Murray,
Yes.
Representative Umberger.
Yes.
Madam Chair, the vote on HB 1531 ought to pass is 21-0.
Thank you. HB 1531, OTP, passes on a vote of 21-0. Is there any objection to placing this on the consent calendar? Seeing none, so be it. Okay, we now turn to HB 1604, including state medical facilities in the statute providing medical freedom in immunizations.
Madam Chair,
we
may I make
have-
a motion?
We have an amendment, 1160. Could I have a motion on the amendment, please?
Yes, Madam Chair, I'd like to move Amendment 2022-1160 Hotel, and an ought to pass.
Okay, do I have a second? Second by Representative Mooney. Okay, would you like to speak to your motion?
Thank you, Madam Chair. As the bill came over to Division 3, we had a significant concern because we didn't want to put the state in jeopardy of having CMS withhold Medicaid money from us. Between the Medicaid money and money to nursing homes, about $160 million a year was at stake. So what this amendment does is it keeps us on the right side of the bright line and keeps the funding secure. What this amendment does is the first thing it does is what it doesn't do. It deleted the right of conscience as a way to seek an exemption. CMS doesn't recognize that, so this amendment deletes the right of conscience. Then on the medical exemption, we made it very clear that we're going to be following the documentation requirements of CMS to apply for a medical exemption. And so that puts us into conformance. And then the third thing, which may be the biggest thing and the thing the primary sponsor likes, is that it establishes a religious exemption in our law such that an individual can go to their employer and do a self-attestation that they have a sincerely held religious belief, and it effectively takes the employer out of the mode of judging whether or not it's a real religious belief. The federal government is there to protect freedom of religion, and it should not be delegating power to an employer to sit in judgment of an individual's religious belief. They're not qualified. It's not part of their HR department. So what this does is, because the CMS rules say that there must be an evaluation process by the employer, we specify in this bill that the evaluation process consists of validating that the person is legitimately covered by the policy, that they're using the appropriate form, that they've signed and dated it, and then their obligations as a part of the evaluation effort is to go ahead and put a date time stamp on it, store the record for at least a year, and then the most evaluative part is they can deny it if they have reasons to believe, strong reasons to believe, that there may be fraud at place in filing the request. So this gives us a clear religious exemption that we didn't have before. So I would ask you to accept this amendment that effectively replaces the body of 1604.
Thank you. Are there any other Representative Lynn?
Yes, just a question with regard to paragraph E2, the last paragraph on the page. The only question I have is I didn't see any language in there that says that requires the employer to either accept or either approve or deny the request, and I'm just wondering if that's does that need to be in there?
Okay, I think that's a fair point. Thank you. I believe it's covered because it says the written request for a medical exemption shall include documentation as required by CMS. And then on line 24, it reads that the employer shall evaluate the request to ensure that the individual submitting is so I think the fact that they do evaluate it and that they've been given the guidelines of the medical documentation required by CMS, I think it covers the evaluation requirement for the employer. But I would defer to your judgment. You've done this longer than I have.
No, I guess the only question, I mean, if the Medicaid regulations sort of say that, if you submit if you submit appropriate documentation, then the exception shall be allowed or so, then I think I would agree with you. If it's open, if it doesn't really say anything, then I that might be an issue, but presumably that could be corrected, by the other body.
I think so, and I will admit I did not read the CMS language on this specifically, but I got good counsel and advice by people who do dabble in this, and they thought this would be adequate.
Thank you.
Are there any further comments or questions? Yes, Representative Waltz.
When I hear this, it seems to me that we're just inviting fraud. I mean, I could sit here and say, I'm a member of the Church of Tree Frogs, and I don't believe in vaccinations. I mean, I think we have a responsibility to require at least some basic, something that could be said with a straight face. And this does not do that, and that's my concern.
Would you like to respond, Representative Edwards?
Thank you. I think we're in an era where we've just generally accepted the ability of people to self-identify in the way that they choose to self-identify. And given that religious freedom is explicitly part of our Constitution, I just don't think the government is in a position to evaluate whether or not it's a truly held religious belief, particularly when people can self-identify as almost anything and have their pronouns changed. It just seems to me that we ought to extend that level of tolerance to the religious community.
Thank you. Representative Waltz?
But we as a government do question those things. If you want to claim to be a conscientious objector for the military purposes, you have a pretty high bar to prove it. It's not unusual for the government to want to see some serious proof that this is a genuine belief from a real religion. And I'm not sure what the distinction is between, say, the military requiring it and us just accepting this and me and my tree frog religion. I mean, what's the difference here?
Okay, go ahead. Representative Edwards?
I think this is just going to be one of those areas in which different principles clash and don't fit together very well. But given that some self-identity is identified in the Constitution as being protected, and yet we're extending self-identity and pronouns to people who don't find that protection in the Constitution specifically, I think that it's perfectly appropriate for us to respect and tolerate the individuality and religious beliefs of others.
Thank you. Representative Turcotte?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Although I will support this amendment, but I will point out that I think there are some inconsistencies between this bill and some other bills that we've passed in the House. I do like how you have delineated rather well the religious exemption. I am not a fan that the right of conscience has been removed, only because for those individuals who don't have a religion or don't have a medical reason, a right of conscience for some of us can be almost equated onto a religious exemption. Since we do have other bills in the hopper, I will support this. If it hadn't been for some of those other bills, I wouldn't, but I will support this amendment.
Thank you. Are there any further comments? I don't think so. Representative Petrie, will you please call the roll on Amendment 2022-1160H?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Weiler.
Yes.
Representative Thaburish.
Yes.
Representative Petrie votes yes. Representative Emmerich.
Yes.
Representative Erf.
Yes.
Representative Griffin.
Yes.
Representative Edwards.
Yes.
Representative Berner.
Yes.
Representative Lynn.
Yes.
Representative Mooney.
Yes.
Representative Turcotte.
Yes.
Representative Wallner.
No.
Representative Norgren.
No.
Representative Bucco.
No.
Representative Leishman.
Yes.
Representative Hatch.
No.
Representative Rogers.
No.
Representative Walsh.
No.
Representative Heath.
No.
Representative Murray.
No.
Representative Umberger.
Yes.
Madam Chair, the vote on Amendment 1160H on HB 1604 is 13-8.
Thank you. HB 1604, Amendment 2022-1160 passes on a vote of 13-8.
May I make a motion, Madam Chair?
I need a motion of OTPA on 1604.
As amended by 1160. Yeah, I'm so move.
Second.
Okay, did you have a need to speak?
Who was the second?
Oh,
Sorry.
Erf, Representative
I'm sorry.
Erf.
I didn't hear.
So there's really nothing further to say because this amendment overwrites and replaces most of 1604. So I think we just had the debate on it.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to comment? Seeing none, is the clerk ready?
Almost.
Almost. Okay, take your time.
No, we're good. This is 1604, auto pass is amended.
Yep.
All right. Representative Weiler.
Yes.
Representative Burge.
Yes.
Representative Petrie votes yes. Representative Emmerich.
Yes.
Representative Earth.
Yes.
Representative Griffin.
Yes.
Representative Edwards.
Yes.
Representative Murner.
Yes.
Representative Lynn.
Yes.
Representative Mooney.
Yes.
Representative Turcott.
Yes.
Representative Wallner.
No.
Representative Norgren.
No.
Representative Bucco.
No.
Representative Leishman.
Yes.
That was a yes.
It was a yes.
Very good, thank you. Representative Hatch.
Paddock, no.
Representative Rogers.
No.
Representative Walls.
No.
Representative Heath.
No.
Representative Murray.
No.
Representative Umberger.
Yes.
Madam Chair, the vote is 13-8 on HB 1604. Auto pass is amended.
Thank you. HB 1604, on a vote of 13-8, we approve OTPA. All right, so now we move to HB,
Is that consent? No.
oh, no, I can't put it on consent with that
All right,
vote.
just a question.
Yep.
Thank you.
We now move to, HB 1608, relative to withdrawal from state immunization registry, and it is OTP. Representative Edwards?
Yes, ma'am. I move 1608 OTP, and I can speak to that after a second.
Second.
Seconded by Representative Erf. Representative Edwards?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is the second of the three that after it got amended by the policy committee, it came over to us, and recognizing it has no fiscal impact, we recommend that it go OTP from the committee and then go on the consent calendar.
Thank you. Are there any comments, questions from anyone? Seeing none, will the clerk please call the roll?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is on HB 08 FN. The motion is auto pass. Representative Weiler.
Yes.
Representative Burge.
Yes.
Representative Petrie votes yes. Representative Emmerich.
Yes.
Representative Earth.
Yes.
Representative Griffin.
Yes.
Representative Edwards.
Yes.
Representative Murner.
Yes.
Representative Lynn.
Yes.
Representative Mooney.
Yes.
Representative Turcott.
Yes.
Representative Wallner.
Yes.
Representative Norgren.
Yes.
Representative Bucco.
Yes.
Representative Leishman.
Yes.
Representative Hatch.
No.
Representative Rogers. Representative Walls.
Yes.
Representative Heath.
No.
Representative Murray.
Yes.
Representative Umberger.
Yes.
Madam Chair, the vote on HB 1608 ought to pass is 19-2.
Without objection, I will put this on the consent calendar. Okay, thank you. We now move to HB 1609, relative to the scope of Fetal Protection Act. The recommendation is ITL. Could I have a motion, please?
Madam Chair, I'd like to move 1609 ITL.
Second.
Where'd that come from? I'm sorry. Oh, okay. Representative Mooney. Would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, ma'am. 1609 has two significant financial issues tied to it. The most obvious to people is that it institutes a reporting requirement and authorizes the money to pay for it. It's been the policy of the House for a few years now to not collect abortion statistics, so that would violate the basically truce that we have on the issue. And so I would not want to support the money to pay for the reporting because I think that would be an act of bad faith. The other part of this is that this bill effectively guts the language in HB2 relative to the Fetal Protection Act. And there were probably three really critical things that needed to be agreed to by the majority in order to get the budget passed. The prior two terms, we did not get a budget passed on the first go-around. We succeeded this time, and it was due to looking each other in the eye and making agreements and finding out what we could agree on. And so, given that the Finance Committee made these promises, I think the Finance Committee is obligated to keep those promises because it's less than a year after we did those agreements, and we're just about 14, 15 months from needing agreements again. And so you can only lose your integrity and credibility once. So I do not want to support 1609 and go down the road of not being trusted in the future and violating a commitment made in the past. So I recommend ITL.
Thank you. Are there any other comments? Representative Wallner?
Thank you. I believe that the fiscal impact of this bill is really very minor. And this came to us from the policy committee. And by doing an ITL, we have rejected completely what the policy committee has sent to us. And for that reason, will be voting against the ITL.
Thank you. Are there any other comments, questions? Seeing none, will the clerk call the roll?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair. This is on HB 1609 FN. The motion is ITL. Representative Weiler.
Yes.
Representative Burrish.
No.
Representative Petrie votes yes. Representative Emmerich.
Yes.
Representative Earth.
Yes.
Representative Griffin.
Yes.
Representative Edwards.
Yes.
Representative Murner.
Yes.
Representative Lynn.
No.
Representative Mooney.
Yes.
Representative Turcott.
Yes.
Representative Wallner.
No.
Representative Norgren.
No.
Representative Bucco.
No.
Representative Leishman.
No.
Representative Hatch.
No.
Representative Rogers.
No.
Representative Walls.
No.
Representative Heath.
No.
Representative Murray.
No.
Representative Umberger.
Yes.
Madam Chair, the vote on HB 1609 to ITL is 10 in the affirmative, 11 negative.
The motion fails. Do I have another motion?
May I make a point of order to understand that where we're at?
Yep.
Okay, so obviously the next motion needs to be an OTP. In that circumstance, can I offer an amendment I have prepared and I can hand out?
We need to have an OTP motion before we can do that. Representative Wallner?
I'll move to pass.
Actually, Madam Chair, if we could have just a repeat of the vote, my numbers, and I try to keep track myself, didn't quite add up to the clerk's. Thank you.
We did.
Yeah, it's right there. Yes.
Well, 10 and 11 make 21, so. We had, let me see. Right.
Actually, we lost two.
Okay. So I have, Wallner, sorry, Representative Wallner. And do I have a second? Representative Heath. Okay, would you like to speak to your motion?
When did we do the amendment? Don't we normally do amendments first?
Oh, you're right. No. Don't. Okay. Yes, the bill is now open for amendments.
Madam Chair, I'd like to introduce an amendment. Mr. Ripple is handing it out now.
Do you have the amendment number?
I will in a moment.
Oh,
1190 Hotel.
thank you. Yes, do I have a second on the amendment?
Second.
Representative Erf? Representative Edwards, would you like to speak to your motion, please?
Thank you, Madam Chair. What Amendment 1190 or 1190 does is it amends the exceptions under which an abortion is permissible after 24 weeks by adding that in the case of fetal abnormalities incompatible with life or a medical emergency. So the fetal abnormalities incompatible with life deals with those scenarios of public concern where the mother finds out that the child's survivability is really very low, and it provides the option of an abortion. I think in most cases, the safer medical procedure at that point is to go ahead and deliver the child, but that's really a medical choice that we would be leaving to the mother and her physician by creating this fetal abnormalities incompatible with life option. And then the other thing it does is the HB2 language already made it clear that the ultrasound requirement was really only going to be subject to penalty if the provider did not adequately back up their 24-week determination. There was never a case where at 8 weeks or 10 weeks that we were mandating a medical or an obstetric ultrasound. And in order to make the law clear, we've added the following phrase to paragraph 1, saying, "This paragraph shall be construed to require the performance of an ultrasound only if the provider either knows that the fetus has a gestational age of at least 24 weeks or is conscious of a substantial risk that the fetus has a gestational age of at least 24 weeks. So I think this bill, this amendment addresses most of the concerns of many, to include myself. I think this is really good policy, and it's something that I'm proud to offer this amendment. So I would ask for your support, and I'm wondering if I should keep tap dancing until our chairman comes back.
If you have anything further you want to add, and then Representative Erf has a comment.
Okay, I would just say that this basically, I think, has been coordinated with enough people prior to this meeting that we're not, this would not represent a break in good faith with the people that we made our initial budget agreement with. We worked very hard to talk to a lot of people, and this this, I think, it can be acceptable to the majority in the House. That's my belief. Representative Lynn, I'm happy to let you talk a little bit. I'm not the chair, so are you the chair now, Representative Weiler?
I am the acting chair.
Representative Erf, I think,
Representative Erf.
was ahead of me.
I believe there was a drafting error on OLS's part. In section 1, the fetal abnormalities incompatible with life phrase should not have been there. That phrase is actually in section 2, except in the case of fetal abnormalities incompatible with life or a medical emergency as specified, and so on.
Okay, so obviously, as you know, Mr. Ripple for LBA coordinates this with OLS, and when he and I talked about it yesterday, it's OLS's recommendation that phrase appear in both places.
Representative Lynn for a comment.
Thank you. I guess I would have been inclined the same way with Representative Erf, but if there's reasons, that's not a big deal for me. But I would like to thank you, Representative Edwards, for this amendment. I think, to me, this amendment is crucial and makes all the difference in the world. And if I could, I'd like to just make 4 brief points. First, to me, this amendment corrects two significant flaws in the current Fetal Life Protection Act. And I also want to say here, I'm very grateful to the governor's office for inputs that they've provided on this. First, the fetal abnormalities inconsistent with life, it seems to me, is critically important for the reasons that you pointed out. That was the reason that I've personally voted against HB 1673. It seems to me that in that situation of a fetal abnormality inconsistent with life, it is just too much for the government to step in and say, you will have the baby. That just seems to me that's a decision for the mother. And secondly, I think, as you pointed out also, it corrects, to the extent there could have been any misunderstanding of the ultrasound requirement, this language, it seems to me, corrects it. The other 2 points that as I understand it, people have sort of complained about the current Fetal Life Protection Act. It seems to me that I don't think that those criticisms are well taken. First of all, to the extent that the original 1609, before this amendment, adds the word health in certain places, and the claim has been that the current law does not have a health exception. That is just wrong. If you read the last clause of current RSA 329.44 Roman numeral 3, that clearly does constitute a health exception. It is a restricted health exception. It means, for example, that there needs to be some significant risk to an important bodily function. But the current 1609 without this amendment, where it simply says health, that I think really would significantly undermine the current law. It would basically say that if somebody says, you know, I will be really depressed if I have to have this baby, that would be enough to say then you're entitled to have an abortion beyond the 24 weeks. And secondly, to the extent that the criticism has been there is no there's no rape or incest exception. Again, I would take issue with that. The very fact that you have 24 weeks to make that, the woman has 24 weeks to make that decision on her own, it seems to me that really covers that. Certainly if somebody's been raped, they know on when it happened that they've been raped, and they have 6 months basically to make the decision whether to have an abortion or not. And the last point I would make, number 4, is simply to the extent that there's been criticism about the fact that the bill, that the current law has a penalty provision that subjects doctors to criminal penalties, I think it's really important to understand that there is no danger of doctors being inadvertently becoming criminals, because the current law has a very specific mens rea requirement that provides that before a doctor can be convicted, he has to act, or he or she has to act, either knowing that he's performing an abortion on a post 20 or 24 or post fetus, or consciously disregards. That doesn't mean it's enough to say the doctor should have known. That's not enough. The doctor has to actually have known or have consciously disregarded. So I think that this amendment, I think, corrects what I see as the problems in the existing law, while not in any way gutting the law. So I intend to support this amendment.
Thank you. Are there any other comments? Representative Mooney?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I can appreciate the thought here. However, on the amendment, and I'm looking at line 10, I see that it was added there, fetal abnormalities incompatible with life, comma, or. In the discussions I have just been privy to, I'm only hearing that that's in there because OLS decided to. To me, that's unacceptable. I would ask that we have another amendment where that language in line 10 is not included. And if we have to recess, then Madam Chair, I would ask that that be done. Thank you.
May I address that?
Yes, you may.
Okay, so in the existing statute, the portion at the end of line 10 already exists. It already says a medical emergency as specified, defined. Okay, so in this write-up, there are that remains, but we're also inserting a fetal abnormalities incompatible with life exception as well. The repeating of it, because OLS suggested it, is the one down on page 23, where that same language is repeated on 23 and 24. So I think if one is okay with adding a fetal abnormalities incompatible with life exception, that this is properly drafted. That's my perception.
Thank you. Representative Wallner?
Would it be possible for us to have
A caucus?
yes,
You think? Okay, so is 10 minutes enough?
I think 10 minutes would be fine.
Okay, so we'll recess for 10 minutes. Yeah, the Republicans will meet in Division 1 and the Democrats will meet in Division 2. Okay? See you back in 10 minutes.
We're gonna call this, let me see.
Okay, I'll call us back to order. I have no idea what's proper to say, but we are waiting on an amendment to HB 1609. And so I would like to proceed to the other bills that HHS has. And I'm a little annoyed because Representative Edwards promised me it would only take half an hour.
So if I
the
could
first-
speed it along, I
Yeah.
can make a motion on 1622.
Not yet. HB 1622, relative to mental health parity, is an OTP. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Do I have a second? Representative Weiler seconds. Would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, ma'am. This is the third of the three where the policy committee made an amendment, and after that, there was no fiscal note any longer, no fiscal impact. So, like the other two, I recommend we OTP this and subsequently put it on consent.
Thank you. Are there any other comments? Seeing none, will the clerk call the roll?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Weiler,
Yes.
Representative Thaverage,
Yes.
Representative Petrie votes yes. Representative Emmerich,
Yes.
Representative Erf,
Yes.
Representative Griffin,
Yes.
Representative Edwards,
Yes.
Representative Murner,
Yes.
Representative Lynn,
Yes.
Representative Mooney,
Yes.
Representative Turcott,
Yes.
Representative Wallner,
Yes.
Representative Nogren,
Yes.
Representative Bucco,
Yes.
Representative Leishman,
Yes.
Representative Hatch,
Yes.
Representative Rogers,
Yes.
Representative Walsh,
Yes.
Representative Heath,
Yes.
Representative Murray,
Yes.
Representative Umberger,
Yes.
Madam, something like that. Madam Chair, the vote is on HB 1622 FN, 21-0.
Thank you. HB 1622 OTP passes 21-0. Without objection, I'd like to put this on the consent calendar. Okay, thank you. We'll move now to HB 1642, relative to lead testing in children. It's recommended ITL. Could I have a motion, please?
Madam Chair, I would like to move that we ITL 1642.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, Representative Erf. Would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, ma'am. 1642 attempts to treat lead poisoning testing in the same way in which the immunization program is managed. And the offensive part of that is that it places authority in the schools, for example, and the daycare centers. But I'm more concerned about the schools, actually. It requires them to become an enforcement arm of the state to ensure that parents are complying with the lead poison testing. Now, we had testimony that suggested that after 2 years of pandemic and lockdowns, not surprisingly, compliance with the lead poison testing was down around the 67% margin. And we want to get that up higher as a critical element of the public health system. But rather than essentially empowering the schools to enforce the law, the majority thought it would be better to have the department put together a parental public education program, because most people will comply once they realize how important the lead poison testing is. And it's just an inappropriate role to have the schools acting as a police enforcement arm of the state. Their job is to educate children and then work in partnership with the parents. And that partnership relationship is harmed when the school becomes an authority over the parents. It puts the arrows completely in the wrong direction of who's accountable to who. So, so for that, the majority on the committee recommends ITL. Now, it's possible that the bill can be improved a little, you know, but I'd rather just ITL it and be clear about it. Thank you.
Are there any further comments? Representative Wallner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I had some concerns about this bill in the area of both the schools and the child care centers, and the requirement that children might be denied entry to child care or might be actually asked to leave after the 6 months if they did not have the test on the form, the information on the form. I think it's important. I think that having the information on the form is important. I think both the schools and childcare can certainly get involved in encouraging parents, but I was concerned about the whole area of denying entrance, and I will be voting against the ITL because I think there might have been a better way for us to work on this bill.
Are you suggesting that perhaps you don't like the bill as it stands? Is that correct?
I did have an amendment drafted for the division, which would have made it clear that a child could not be denied entry to a child care facility or removed because they didn't have this on the form. So I did have that, but the ITL overrode that amendment.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other comments? Okay, seeing none, will the clerk please call the roll?
Thank you, Madam Chair. We're voting on HB 1642 FN to ITL. Representative Weiler.
Yes.
Representative Thaberge.
No.
Representative Petrie votes yes. Representative Emmerich.
Yes.
Representative Earth.
Yes.
Representative Griffin.
Yes.
Representative Edwards.
Yes.
Representative Murner.
Yes.
Representative Lynn.
Yes.
Representative Mooney.
Yes.
Representative Turcott.
Yes.
Representative Wallner.
No.
Representative Norgren.
No.
Representative Bucco.
No.
Representative Leishman.
No.
Representative Hatch.
No.
Representative Rogers.
No.
Representative Walls.
No.
Representative Heath.
No.
Representative Murray.
No.
Representative Umberger.
Yes.
Madam Chair, the vote on HB 1642 FN to ITL is 11 yes and 10 no.
Madam Chair, I'm wanting to write the committee report on that, and one of the points I meant to make was that there's an Article 28A issue in here as well, because we would be asking the schools, for example, to become enforcers, and we're not going to pay them. So that is the definition of an unfunded mandate, giving them more work and no more money.
Okay. HB 1642 Passes 11 to 10. ITL.
Is that minority report?
Well, we'll get to those in a minute.
Okay.
I need to give Kevin a few more minutes, obviously. HB 1647, relative to calculation of child support, is recommended ought to pass. Could I have a motion, please?
Madam Chair, I have an amendment to this, so I'll be wanting to move OTP and then OTPA.
Okay.
Second.
All right. So you are moving. Let's do the motion of OTP first. Okay. So you're going to make that motion.
I move that we accept 1647 OTP.
Okay. And who was going to second that?
Second.
Representative Weiler. Okay.
Wire? Okay.
Yeah, Weiler. Now we can go to the amendment, which is 2022-1171H. Could I have a motion, please?
I move that we accept the amendment number you just said, and I'm struggling to find it in my stack.
Okay.
Second.
Representative Erf seconded. Okay. Would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, ma'am. The underlying bill has two major components to it, and it passed out of Division 3, 4-3, with the opposition taking an incredibly viable perspective that the department was just absolutely unable to give us any financial data upon which that we could make an informed judgment. Now, as it turns out, in my view, in these two components, there's a component that protects a parent's reserve levels so that they have the ability to sustain themselves. And it's been at 115% of the federal poverty guideline for quite a while. So the part of the bill increased that self-support reserve to 150%, 35 percentage points. What this amendment, if we were to accept that in the bill, that's the part that creates the fiscal uncertainty. What that'll do is it will certainly protect parents in the lower income levels from having to pay child support, but that means that the state needs to step in and pay and play a bigger role in child support payments. So we don't know how much that is, and the department couldn't help us. And the department said, hey, we got this quadrennial review coming, and we'll have a report in December. We might have some information for you in December. So this amendment says, let's freeze the self-support reserve level at 115% until the department can give us the financial data for the Finance Committee to make an informed decision. It allows the second component of this to go forward, and I don't want to speak too much about that because that's in the main bill and not in the amendment.
Are there any other comments? Representative Wallner.
Thank you. So what concerned me about the bill, and though Representative Edwards did come in with this amendment to try to help make us feel, I think, more comfortable with the bill. What bothered me was that the department was not able to give us any kind of information about what would happen in situations where people would find themselves in need of, for instance, we might increase our TANF rolls. We might increase the amount of money that was spent for childcare. The state could be looking at larger food stamp eligibility, people being eligible for food stamps. So we didn't really have any of that financial information. And though I think he made a good attempt at trying to make sure that there wouldn't be any big changes, I wasn't sure that there weren't other parts of the bill that would end up causing us to have a financial impact. And we are the finance committee, and I thought we should be getting that kind of information. The department did tell us that they are doing a report that is going to be done during the fall and by December, where they will be able to give us that kind of information. And I felt it was worth waiting to hear that, and I would have gone for interim study on this. I think it is exactly the kind of bill the finance committee should be looking at more closely, and interim study would give us the ability to do that.
Are there any other comments? Representative Waltz?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I've been here a long time. I started in 2004 on the Children and Family Law Committee. And in 2004 is when the state passed the law that basically changed the way we approach shared parenting. It was revolutionary at the time. We were some of the first in the country, if not the first in the world, to do it. And I served 4 terms on Children and Family, one of which I was chair. And this concept has come up over and over again of trying to tie support to custody time. We don't use the word custody, but to parental time with the parent. And there were always really complicated reasons not to do it. And when this came forward this time, I was very surprised that it actually passed the committee, because over and over when we looked at it, it created some very complicated and very expensive results.
Yeah, excuse me. I'd ask you to talk to the amendment, which is talking about the 115%. When we move to the OTPA, if that's what happens, then your comments are appropriate.
Thank you. So getting to the fact that it had expensive and unintended results, the amendment is one of those things that would do that. So the member who sponsored the amendment said, and I wrote this down, that 115% of the federal poverty guideline would be enough to sustain the family. And, well, sustain self, and then I presume that also means 115% of the federal guidelines would vary depending on how many children there are. So that would be to sustain the self and those children when they're with that particular parent.
I didn't say any of that. I'll tell you what I said.
Okay, well, I did write down sustain self. Those were the words that you said, because I wanted to be accurate in what I was saying, Representative. And so I'm concerned that if we pass this, we are, and particularly at the 115%, we are potentially impoverishing one parent. And the way the guidelines would work is if you could have really disproportionate incomes with one parent versus another, and if they've got shared parenting time where they're with them equally, you could have an amount so small that one parent cannot realistically provide an adequate home for the children when you're looking at these kinds of numbers. It is the reason that for the last 20 some years we have gone against this, and this 115% reserve is consistent with the problems that have evolved over the last 20 years. So that's why one of the reasons I'm opposing both the amendment and the bill is I think it's going to, particularly at this number of only 115% as opposed to the 150% that the policy committee did, it will result in one parent being impoverished.
I have a question. What is current law in this regard?
The current law is 115%.
Okay, so we're going, all we're doing is saying current law.
Well, except
That we would freeze it at the current law levels until we had the information from the department to make a judgment about whether or not it should be raised and by how much.
Okay, thank you.
But, excuse me, may I address that? I believe current law does not tie support to parenting time. Current law ties support to income of each parent, not to parenting time. And by tying it to parenting time is what's going to result in this impoverishment of a parent. And the 115%, when that's what's going to be considered, you're going to have some parent where you're going to have really not enough money to sustain a household.
Okay, thank you. Is there anything in this bill that deals with co-parenting?
There is, but that's in the main bill, and I was
Okay.
trying to stick to the
All right,
amendment.
good. Okay, so we'll get to that later. All right, are there any more comments on the amendment?
Because my quote was, I think, misquoted, may I come back and restate what I believe I said, and certainly what I think I meant? What I
Yes, you may.
Thank you so much. The concept of a self-support reserve, this isn't my concept, it's the concept that's in law today, is that is the level that an individual would need to have in order to support themselves. Whether or not they can support themselves or not at that level is not what I'm saying right now. I'm just saying that 115% is the current law's attempt to shield money for the individual so that they can sustain themselves.
Thank you. Okay, are there any further comments? Seeing none, will the clerk please call the roll on Amendment 2022-1171?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Weiler,
Yes.
Representative Burridge,
Yes.
Representative Petrie votes yes. Representative Emmerich,
Yes.
Representative Earth,
Yes.
Representative Griffin,
Yes.
Representative Edwards,
Yes.
Representative Murner,
Yes.
Representative Lynn,
Yes.
Representative Mooney,
Yes.
Representative Turcott,
Yes.
Representative Wallner.
No.
Thank you. Representative Norgren,
No.
Representative Bucco,
No.
Representative Leishman,
No.
Representative Hatch,
No.
Representative Rogers,
No.
Representative Walls,
No.
Representative Heath,
No.
Representative Murray,
No.
Representative Umberger.
Yes.
Madam Chair, the vote on 1647, Amendment 2022-1171H is 12-9 in favor.
Okay, Amendment 2022-1179 passes at 21 or 20. 12 in favor, 9 opposed. Could I please have an OTPA?
Madam Chair, I would like to move OTPA using Amendment 1171 to House Bill 1647.
Second.
Was that Representative Erf? Okay, thank you. Are there further comments on the bill? that
Yes,
anyone would
yes,
like-
ma'am, I
okay,
can comment on it.
Please.
May I?
Yes.
Okay, so as I mentioned as we were discussing the amendment, there are two big components to this bill. And we just dealt with the one that was publicly stated to be the concern, that we couldn't get our arms around the fiscal numbers. So we deferred that. What's the other big component? The other big component is essential because of a 2018 court ruling that basically said that regardless or independent of the joint custody agreement, the person with more money would pay entirely the entire joint custody payment and pay it to the lesser income individual. This has caused the courts a great deal of concern because they have acted a little independently and arbitrary between the different judges, and they've asked for the legislature to step forward with a formula to weight how much should go into joint custody and what the percentage of sharing is. So like if, Representative Erf and I were having this argument and he had the kid 40% of the time and I had the kid 60%, then there would be a shift in resources to compensate me for that 20 percentage points. That's what the formula does, is to figure out how much should be balanced in order to keep both parents as whole as they can. So the formula is important because family court is hell on earth, and this fighting over money and who pays how much, it has been a mess now for 3 or 4 years, and this formula will allow the courts to routinely adjudicate the amount of money that should go from one parent to another in a joint parenting environment. And for that reason, I think it's time sensitive and critical that we pass the component that's based on the formula. So I recommend OTPA.
Are there further comments? Representative Walz?
So in the 18 years I've been involved in this is at least the fourth change to the formula for determining child support. It seems that every couple of years the legislature tries to tinker with it, and no matter where they tinker with it, there's always somebody that's unhappy. And there was obviously somebody that was unhappy this time that brought forward this particular version of it. But I maintain that this particular version of it is going to impoverish at least one parent when you've got some real disparity there in income, or even when you don't. And I am not going to be able to support this given the effect on impoverishing a parent. But I just wanted to acknowledge that the courts have had guidance ever since we went to shared parenting back in 2004. There has been consistent guidance. We keep amending it, but there has always been guidance there. There has always been some sort of formula, some way to do it, and the courts have implemented it. They've amended it as we have amended the law, but this is not new guidance. This is just the latest change in the guidance as to what's always been there.
Thank you. Are there further comments? Representative Erf?
So I believe there's a couple issues there. I do believe this lawsuit that Representative Edwards referred to did change the state of things by removing the discretion of judges to share the costs between households. So that's one point. And another point is, as far as the way this bill, what it does, first of all, it doesn't just take into consideration the household, let's call it the household with less income. Rather, it looks at the fact in a co-parenting situation. So traditionally, if it was not, which is what it was many years ago, it wasn't really co-parenting. The children tended to stay with one party. This looks at it as two separate households. So first of all, the calculation is greater than it would have been previously, the total cost, if you will, because now you're not talking about one household, but two households because the children are going back and forth. So that's part of it. And that, I think, addresses the lower income situation that was being described. The real concern came from situations where the incomes were more closely aligned. So for instance, take the case where one party, and it could be either party, we actually had representatives of both, I don't know what the right word to use is anymore. We had people with different genders there talking about this. And you could essentially have one party have an income, and the other one have an income of that same number plus $1. And in that situation, a calculation would be made as to what the total shared cost would be between the two households, but all of the income, all of the childcare would go to the parent, making $1 less. So essentially, the other parent has no control over what's happening with the child's clothing, shelter, and so on and so forth, even though the parents themselves are very closely aligned in terms of their income. So that's the goal that's being trying to be addressed in terms of you're sharing the parenting, you have two households, they might be roughly equally sharing the parenting, or maybe it's 40, 60, whatever, it doesn't really matter. But the point is that the parent with the greater income, even though it's only slightly greater, should have some money, if you will, to support the child when that child is with, or children, with that parent. Thank you.
Representative Wallner?
Thank you. Sort of a repeat of what I said before, but we are the Finance Committee, and I don't think any of us can walk out of here today feeling really clear about what the cost of this piece of legislation is. It's it will have an impact on our TANF, and food stamp rolls are housing subsidies. And I think that it would have been better for us to have found out what that impact was before we moved forward the policy. And the department testified in front of us that they are working on that now and will have it this fall.
Thank you. Any other comments? Representative Erf?
I'd just like to speak to that point as well. I left that out. So the department actually did not, yes, they are doing a quadrennial review of child care support. They did not state they were going to be able to address this particular concern. The concern here it has to do with how many people are low income, i.e. under the care of the state, if you will, and how many people that would grow by, which we eliminated with the amendment that we just passed, because we're not changing the 115% threshold. Whereas if we did change that, that would have grown that as well. So there's a lot of variability here that cannot be readily determined under any circumstances until the process, until it's actually implemented. And the situation has been studied heavily for the past, I believe it's 4 years. I think it was in 2018, if I'm not mistaken, it was before I was here. Bill passed. $500,000 was allocated to do a thing called the Casey study, which study was completed a year or so later. And there have been a few studies in between of less cost. So there's no question that this process has been studied. And at this point, it seems what we need to do is implement it. Thank you.
Representative Weiler?
Much has been made of the fact that the 115% hasn't been increased in 30 years. But that's 115% of federal poverty level. That increases annually or even more so. So it's not like the same number has been fixed for 30 years. Somebody tried to give us that impression. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there any other comments? Seeing none, the motion on the floor is OTPA for HB 1647. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Weiler,
Yes.
Representative Thaburish,
Yes.
Representative Petrie votes yes. Representative Emmerich,
Yes.
Representative Erf,
Yes.
Representative Griffin,
Yes.
Representative Edwards,
Yes.
Representative Murner,
Yes.
Representative Lynn,
Yes.
Representative Mooney,
Yes.
Representative Turcott,
Yes.
Representative Wallner,
No.
Representative Norgren,
No.
Representative Bucco,
No.
Representative Leishman,
No.
Representative Hatch,
No.
Representative Rogers,
No.
Representative Walsh,
No.
Representative Heath,
No.
Representative Murray,
No.
Representative Umberger.
Yes.
Madam Chair, the vote on HB 1647 ought to pass as amended is 12-9. Any affirmative?
HB 1647, OTPA. The vote was 12 in favor, 9 opposed. It is approved. We'll turn now to HB 1662, and the amendment number is 1134. Could I have a motion to...
Madam Chair, I move OTP and then would like to subsequently make it OTPA.
No, it shows here that there was an amendment. It just wasn't listed here.
The amendment that I'm prepared to talk to, I think is new, is Mr. Ripple here. This amendment did not come over from the policy committee.
If I may,
Yeah, somebody should.
you may recall, Representative Edwards, I believe the part one, part Roman numeral, part I believe you did put forth that amendment, and then you added the other part, or either that or vice versa. So I believe there's you and I think have actually seen several amendments on this.
It's my understanding 1134 is the most recent and got voted out of our committee, but not in front of the full committee.
Right, and that's the amendment where I'm asking for a motion on is 1134.
Okay, I'll move 1134. I just thought we needed to have an underlying OTP
No,
first.
because it's already on here as amendment,
All
as
right.
amended.
All right.
So do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Representative Mooney. Would you like to speak to your amendment?
Yes, ma'am. HB 1662 establishes some privacy guidelines for the Department of Health and Human Services, and it requires, for example, that they conduct a risk mitigation analysis of their IT systems. And in order to do a privacy risk assessment, you need people with some special skills and knowledge. These are people that need to be fluent in what the privacy rules and principles are, and they should be pretty fluent on IT security issues. So in previous versions of this bill, we weren't certain what the grade level for those skills are, but they turn out to be labor grade 30, step 5, based on the analysis that the department did with whoever does the HR for the state. And so they need 2 people. So the main reason finance dealt with this is to get the money right. And this amendment gets the money right. The other thing that we did, which delved just a tiny bit into the policy side, was there was some ambiguity in the main bill that one of these privacy risk plans needs to be done for each IT system. The way it read, somebody could misinterpret it to mean one risk mitigation strategy for all the IT systems. So we clarified that in there because that directly affects workload, which can affect manpower needs. So it does those 2 things. It corrects the labor grade and the money that goes with it, and then it clarifies that one of these risk mitigation plans is needed for each IT system that processes personal data.
Thank
I
you.
would ask you to accept it.
Thank you. Are there any other comments? Yes, Representative Beers.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. My question is, there's there's a large number of vacancies throughout the state. Did the department come forth and say that they had identified people for these positions, or were we just appropriating funds for an empty slot?
Okay, that's a good question.
Just a moment, please. Representative Edwards.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That's a good question, and I tried to address that earlier when I said these are unique skills. Finding people that are fluent in privacy rules and principles who are also really very aware of IT security, the department doesn't have those, nor does the DOIT, who worked with us extensively. He likes this bill so much, he wants a bill like this to do the Department of IT in the coming year. So these are new skills and therefore new job descriptions and therefore new positions. And you're right, there's a huge vacancy rate. So they could maybe cover it with their, I want to call it float because that's the old term, but the lapse, we call it a lapse. But
Okay, are there any further questions or comments? Seeing none? You ready?
I am ready.
Okay, will the clerk please call the roll?
Thank you, Madam Chair. We're voting on HB 1662. Ought to pass on Amendment 1134H. Representative Weiler.
Yes.
Representative Burridge.
Yes.
Representative Petrie votes yes. Representative Emmerich.
Yes.
Representative Erf.
Yes.
Representative Griffin.
Yes.
Representative Edwards.
Yes.
Representative Murner.
Yes.
Representative Lynn.
Yes.
Representative Mooney.
Yes.
Representative Turcott.
Yes.
And Representative Wallner.
Yes.
Representative Norgren.
Yes.
Representative Bucco.
Yes.
Representative Leishman.
Yes.
Representative Hatch.
Yes.
Representative Rogers.
No.
Representative Walls.
Yes.
Representative Heath.
Yes.
Representative Murray.
Yes.
Representative Umberger.
Yes.
Madam Chair, the vote on HB 1662 amended amendment 2022 H 1134 H. We get it right. 20-1.
Thank
In the
you.
affirmative.
All right. The amendment 2022-1134 passes 20-1. Could I have a motion for OTPA, please, on 1662?
Madam Chair, I'd like to move 1662 to OTPA.
Thank you. Do I have a second? Second by Representative Weiler. Are there any further comments that anyone would like to make on this bill? Seeing none?
Just a short one. This passed the House by a very nice, strong vote. This, in the aftermath of passing the right to privacy in 2018, this actually is legislation to start moving the department into a privacy assurance role. And I just think this is really a good bill. The DOIT wants to emulate it in the future because they think it's a good deal.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? Seeing none, would the clerk please call the roll?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is on HB 1662 FN. The motion is auto pass as amended. Representative Weiler.
Yes.
Representative Thurburge.
Yes.
Representative Petrie votes yes. Representative Emmerich.
Yes.
Representative Erf.
Yes.
Representative Griffin.
Yes.
Representative Edwards.
Yes.
Representative Murner. Representative Lynn.
Yes.
Representative Mooney.
Yes.
Representative Turcott.
Yes.
Representative Wallner.
Yes.
Representative Norgren. Representative Bucco.
Yes.
Representative Leishman.
Yes.
Representative Hatch.
Yes.
Representative Rogers.
Yes.
Representative Walls.
Yes.
Representative Heath.
Yes.
Representative Murray.
Yes.
Representative Umberger.
Yes.
Madam Chair, the vote on HB 1662 is auto pass. Auto pass as amended. The vote is 21-0.
Thank you. The HB 1662 OTPA is approved 21-0. Okay. I see that Mr. Ripple has returned, which is great. And so if you'll pass those out. And while he's doing that, Representative Wallner, have you decided which bills are going to have minority reports?
I need to check with Division 1 folks. Maybe Bill could speak to that.
We have three and Janet already has two of them.
Pardon?
We have three and Janet already has two of them and another one's coming.
Okay, could you tell me what?
It's on, you have the list there. Just a minute.
Well, it should be 1417,
Yeah.
15.
Tracy, do you have that right there? Mine's buried. The three reports we're doing.
Yeah,
1552.
1552.
That's a majority.
oh, minority reports.
1535, 1417, and Is there one other one? That's just two.
Okay, thank you.
So, and who wrote them?
That's okay.
That's okay.
I don't need that right now.
Okay. That's fine.
Okay, on Division 2, are there going to be any minority reports? Okay, thank you. Division 3, minority reports.
1647, and I will write that. And of course, awaiting to see what happens with 1609.
Okay. So the other ones will not have a minority report.
No.
Okay, thank you. All right. Is this it? Okay. I'll go back to where we left off on HB 1609. We have a new amendment. It's 22101209. Could I have a motion to accept amendment to 1609 2022 1209H?
Madam Chair, I move that the committee accept 2022-1209 as an amendment to 1609.
Do I have it? Okay, and a second by Representative Erf. Did you want to speak to your amendment?
Please. So I think maybe it was Representative Mooney who caught it first in the committee that the statement that excuses or allows for an abortion after 24 weeks in the case of fetal abnormalities incompatible with life, that we had used that phrase twice, once in paragraph 1 starting on line 10 and then a second time, which is now line 23, and that to clarify the law after a sidebar, we decided that the best thing to do was to delete that reference from line 10, and so now it's gone, because that would have conflicted with the whole requirement of the ultrasound, and then keep it in line 23. The rest of the amendment just clarifies the existing statute as already in law, that this paragraph shall be construed to require the performance of an ultrasound only if the provider either knows that the fetus has gestational age of at least 24 weeks or is conscious of a substantial risk that the fetal has a gestational age of at least 24 weeks. So this means doctors won't get penalized, and I won't use the mens rea quote because I'm not exactly sure what that means.
Okay, are there any other comments? Representative Wallner.
I continue to be concerned that we have put our finger on policy and that we have not, that we are changing the bill substantially from how it came to us from Health and Human Services. The amendment before you has nothing to do with finances, and it is strictly a policy. It's strictly policy, and for that reason, I will vote no to this amendment.
Thank you. Any other comments? Representative Turcott?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Although I am not a big proponent of this amendment, I will support it only because it's not quite as obnoxious as 1609 was by itself, which should have been ITL'd. I will support this as a way of moving 1609 forward, however. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Representative Edwards?
If I could, I would say that when we provide the mother the option of having an abortion in the case of fetal abnormalities incompatible with life, that empowers her and her physician to exercise an option that isn't in current law, and would therefore also back them away from a red line to where prosecution may have come into play. So if we're looking for a financial tie, it could be less burdensome on the judiciary by explicitly granting this exception in the law.
Thank you. Are there any further comments? Okay, seeing none, we will now vote on amendment to HB 1609 of 2022-1209. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Weiler,
Yes.
Representative Thaburge,
Yes.
Representative Petrie votes yes. Representative Emmerich. Representative Earth.
Yes.
Representative Griffin.
Yes.
Representative Edwards.
Yes.
Representative Murner.
Yes.
Representative Lynn.
Yes.
Representative Mooney.
Yes.
Representative Turcott.
Yes.
Representative Wallner.
No.
Representative Norgren.
No.
Representative Bucco.
No.
Representative Leishman.
No.
Representative Hatch.
No.
Representative Rogers.
No.
Representative Walsh.
No.
Representative Heath.
No.
Representative Murray.
No.
Representative Umberger.
Yes.
Madam Chair, the vote on HB 1609 ought to pass. Amendment 2022-1209H is 12 yes and 9 no.
The amendment to HB 1609 2022-1209H passes with a vote of 12 in favor and 9 opposed. So, just a minute. We had an OTP motion on the floor. However, we now have an amendment to that OTP. So, I guess the answer to your question is HB 1609 OTPA. Do I have anyone that will make that motion?
So moved.
Do I have a second? You need to grow.
Second.
Thank you. Are there any questions, comments, thoughts? All right. Seeing none,
Wait a minute. Oh, what happened here?
I don't know.
Oh, I'm on the second sheet and they don't have OTPA on the second sheet, so that's okay. We're good.
Okay. Are you ready to call the roll?
May I make just a quick comment?
Yes, you may.
The, just for clarification, in the amendment, it was suggested that that's a change of policy on lines 19 through 22, clarifying when an ultrasound is required. That is not a change of policy. It's a clarification of what's already in the statute. We wanted to make it easier so fewer people would misinterpret the legislative intent.
Thank you. Any other comments? Clerk, please call the roll.
Oops. Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Weiler.
Yes.
Representative Thaburge.
Yes.
Representative Petrie votes yes. Representative Emmerich.
Yes.
Representative Earth.
Yes.
Representative Griffin.
Yes.
Representative Edwards.
Yes.
Representative Murner.
Yes.
Representative Lynn.
Yes.
Representative Mooney.
Yes.
Representative Turcott.
Yes.
Representative Wallner. Representative Norgren.
Yes. No. Yeah.
I'm sorry, which is it?
Yes.
Thank you. Representative Bucco.
Yes.
Representative Leishman.
Yes.
Was that a yes? I'm sorry.
Yes, yep.
Representative Hatch.
Yes.
Representative Rogers.
No.
Representative Walsh,
Yes.
Representative Heath,
Yes.
Representative Murray,
Yes.
and Representative Umberger.
Yes.
Madam Chair, the vote on HB 1609 as auto pass as amended is 20-1 in the affirmative.
Okay. HB 1609 as amended passes 20 in favor and 1 opposed. Okay. I thank you all for tolerating me all day. I'm sorry I didn't expect this afternoon to go quite this long. But before you leave, all blurbs must be in. Okay? Yes? Pardon? Yes. Okay. That's because I trust you, Mary.
Because I've already drafted them all, but I just need to tweak a couple now. They're in my computer at home.
All right. So you had best hightail it home because Janet needs these this afternoon. Okay? So I thank you all, and I don't think we have anything going on until session. I mean, we'll have some other things, but that's where we are. So have a good break and enjoy life. Tomorrow it's supposed to rain. Thank you.
Tracy and the people that are going to speak. Need be, some of them are on.
With my mouth full.
It wasn't that it was really an amendment after all.
No, it wasn't that good.
14-17.
Okay, Tracy.
So the other thing I need to do, or you need to do, or somebody should do, is explain to the speaker what just happened.
I'm going to call Jason right now. The speaker wasn't in. I want you to tell me who is going to speak on every single one of your bills.
Right. I'll do that.
1535.
Send that in with my blurb.
Yep, you just send that to me.
There's 2 sheets.
To me and to Ken.
Okay. How much speaking do you want to do? Because I need to assign,
but whatever you want.
I need to assign primary and TI.
Look at it. I just want to say that's just. Finger Ron did a great job.
If you tell me which ones you want on, you can have.
Mary Jane, I will need to know who the minority speakers are.
Oh, so we're gonna make it. Yeah. I mean, we're going to make it
Later today.
No, but I need it tomorrow.
I'm just trying, I do have to tell her.
When do I need it? Next, yeah, Mary Jane.